Honorable President, good morning. Welcome to the International Conference on the occasion of 14th anniversary of the Constitutional Court. The title of the conference, Contribution of Constitutional Courts in Strengthening a Rule of Law and Protection of Human Rights and Freedoms. The sessions of this conference are divided into 3 sessions, and they will be presided by judges of the Constitutional Court and distinguished panelists, presidents and judges of constitutional courts and supreme courts from different countries of the world, whom we have the honor to have present in the anniversary of the Constitutional Court, and distinguished personalities from the rule of law, representing different organizations. I invite the President of the Constitutional Court, Mrs. Grace Atsaka Nimani, to open the sessions of this conference. Good morning to everyone. Honorable delegations of the Constitutional and Supreme Courts from around the world, dear leaders and representatives of the institutions of the Republic of Kosovo, honorable ambassadors and representatives of international institutions, judges, prosecutors, deans, rectors, members of the civil society, honorable participants, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the international conference organized on the occasion of marking the 14th anniversary of the establishment of the Constitutional Court of the Republic of Kosovo. In marking this anniversary, the Court has chosen to focus today's international conference on the role of the constitutional courts in protecting and strengthening the fundamental values of democracy, rule of law, and fundamental rights and freedoms. This was done for 2 purposes. First, to underline the importance of the cooperation of constitutional courts and the essential role of supranational courts, including the European Court of Human Rights, in supporting constitutional justice in democracies with a less consolidated tradition, including the importance of creating a uniform system for the protection of universal values and rights on the European continent. Our Constitutional Court, the youngest on this continent, reflects a good example of this cooperation. In this context, I would remind that the journey of the gradual development of constitutional justice in Kosovo has not been without challenges. These challenges should be treated in the historical political context of the state-making and state-building of Kosovo, including in the context of exercising the constitutional function of interpreting a new constitution by a constitutional court that did not have the advantage or ease of the richness of the prior tradition of constitutional justice. Year 2008 marks a historical turning point for the Republic of Kosovo, the adoption of a new constitutional order that is fundamentally different from 3 previous constitutional orders, namely, so the building of the constitutional justice had no reference in the past, but it has an aspiration for the future. In cooperation with the European Court of Human Rights, Venice Commission, it has reflected in its decision-making the common denominator of the values that the European constitutional justice and case law in the interpretation of the European Convention on Human Rights. Such an approach, which our case law entails, underlines the importance of the partnership of the cooperation of the constitutional courts. And this is a sufficient argument that the Constitutional Court of Kosovo deserves its place in the Association of Constitutional Courts, including the Association of Francophone Constitutional Courts. The relentless efforts of our court to become member of these two forums of sister constitutional courts, I wish to be crowned with success during 2024, including with the support of constitutional courts present here today. Their stated goal towards the advancement of cooperation in terms of constitutional justice loses meaning if in the relevant decision-making forums the arguments of the minority regarding the state identity of Kosovo prevail, and which should have finally been concluded or ended in 2010 with the opinion of the International Court of Justice on the accordance of international law of Kosovo's Declaration of Independence. And this brings me to the second purpose of this conference, which emphasizes the role of the constitutional courts in protecting and advancing the values of liberal democracy as the only system that ensures that individual freedom is meaningful, as the only system through which peace is secured and maintained. In a world order characterized by conditional sovereignties and already troubled by numerous developments, including fight against the pandemics, adaptation to rapid increase in the use of information technology and artificial intelligence, the populist models of governance on the rise, and the unprecedented aggression in Ukraine, the common European heritage can only be protected and cultivated through a commitment to interstate solidarity and deep cooperation. Constitutional courts, as guardians of constitutions, occupy a central place in addressing the challenges of this century. Exchanging experiences enriches the perspective of all of us and enables us to advance the tradition of constitutional justice, counterbalancing any force and occurrence that threatens to undermine our common values, freedom, peace, and democracy. In view of the challenges faced by constitutional justice and those areas of law that constitute the essence of maintaining the right balance between the decision-making of public authorities and the respective impact on fundamental rights and freedoms, throughout this conference, we have chosen to focus on the exercise of abstract and concrete control of constitutionality, including through cooperation with supranational courts organized in 3 panels, which will be presided over by judges of the Constitutional Court, namely Judge Selvete Gërgjaliu Krasniqi, Remzije Strefipeci, and Nejmi Rejepi, whereby we will have the opportunity to exchange experiences in the service of advancing our practices and deepening the synergies in the context of constitutional justice. Today we have present some of the brightest minds of constitutional justice in the world. The geographical space that the participants today reflect enables us to create a comprehensive map of the achievements, challenges, and innovations of the constitutional courts from around the world. The solidarity and partnership between constitutional courts is inspiring. It heightens our constitutional court, and it enables us that in the capital, the beautiful capital of Republic of Kosovo, to sail and to go through the miracles of the constitutional justice. Expressing the gratitude for your presence today, and with the passion and curiosity to listen to the discussions and presentations. Thank you very much, and I'm looking forward to hear the presentations and the discussions. Thank you, President. The first part of the conference will deal with the role of constitutional courts in the constitutional control. I am honored to invite Mr. Zühdi Aslan, President of the Constitutional Court of Republic of Turkey, Mrs. Hoçay, President of the Constitutional Court of Albania, and Mr. Aldis Lavinsh, President of the Constitutional Court of Latvia, Mr. Georg Limbacher, Judge of the Constitutional Court of Austria, Mr. José Figueiredo Diaz, Judge of the Constitutional Court of Portugal, Mr. Tom Ginsburg, Professor of Comparative Constitutional Law in Chicago Law School. I invite the panelists to take the floor, to take their seats.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming in our conference, and we are happy to have you all here and to have a discussion in our thematic issue, which is the role of constitutional courts in strengthening the values of democracy and rule of law through abstract control of constitutionality of the norms. I have a pleasure to have very important panelists here, and we have very good speeches, and we have very good substantive presentations on this topic. It is my pleasure first to call for the presentation the President of the Constitutional Court of the Republic of Turkey, President Zühtü Arslan. He will present us some recent developments in abstract control of constitutionality in Turkey. President, the floor is yours.
Honorable President of the Constitutional Court of Kosovo, distinguished presidents and justices, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure to be here and to address such eminent participants. I would like to thank, first of all, the President of the Constitutional Court of Kosovo, Madam Gresa Sakarnimani, for her kindly inviting us to this well-organized international conference. I would also like to congratulate the 14th anniversary of the Constitutional Court of Kosovo, and I would like to wish very success in their hard job of doing the job of compatibility of the laws with the Constitution of Kosovo. Ladies and gentlemen, in my brief speech, I would like to talk about the role of Turkish Constitutional Court in protecting and strengthening the rule of law, which is a central value of our constitutional order. First of all, let me begin with a simple fact as to the nature of all constitutions. We all know that constitutions are the documents which aim to guarantee the principle of the rule of law. This fact was very well indicated by British lawyer Dicey as early as in 1885 in his famous book, in the study, Introduction to the Study of the Law of the Constitution. He clearly says, or rather defines the rule of law as the absolute supremacy or predominance of regular law as opposite to the influence of arbitrary power. Article 2 of the Turkish Constitution clearly stipulates that Turkish state is a democratic state governed by the rule of law. Therefore, it wouldn't be wrong to say that the distinctive feature or characteristic of the Turkish Constitution is the principle of the rule of law. That's why the Constitutional Court has frequently referred to the principle of the rule of law in its case law. The court uses or invokes this principle as a yardstick to control the constitutionality of the laws as well as presidential decrees. For the court, the rule of law is a principle that is to be taken into consideration in the interpretation and application of all the provisions of the Constitution. So it's a central value in our constitutional system. Distinguished participants, the Constitutional Court of Turkey was established in 1962, and its powers were greatly expanded by the constitutional amendments of 2010 and 2017. The former constitutional amendment introduced the system of individual complaint, or otherwise known as constitutional complaint mechanism, while the latter replaced the parliamentary system with the presidential one. The introduction of the constitutional complaint system in Turkey generated a legal paradigm shift in the jurisprudence of the Constitutional Court. In other words, the court, with the adoption of the individual application, has adopted what I call a rights-based approach to the cases before it. And this legal paradigm shift has immensely affected the court's role in protecting rights and liberties, democracy, and the rule of law. The second constitutional amendment, which was held quite recently in 2017, was very important also for the role of the court, because, as I said, this amendment changed the governmental system in Turkey. And the president was given the power to issue presidential decrees on the matters related to the executive power. But at the same time, the Constitutional Court was given the power to review the constitutionality of these presidential decrees. So the power of the court was expanded to include the constitutionality, to review the constitutionality of the presidential decrees. Over the past 3 years, the Constitutional Court has established the framework and the method for the judicial review of the presidential decrees. Unlike the laws, the subject matters to be regulated through presidential decrees are delimited by the Constitution. The Constitution clearly restricts the power of the president to issue presidential decrees, and therefore the Constitutional Court reviews the constitutionality of these decrees in 2 stages. In the first stage, it reviews the competence rationa materia of the presidential decree in question. In other words, whether the presidential decree is issued in accordance with the procedural limitations stipulated in the Constitution. For instance, the Constitution clearly creates a forbidden zone for the President to issue presidential decrees. The presidential decrees cannot regulate basic rights and liberties protected by the Constitution. For instance, they cannot regulate and also restrict the right to privacy, right to property, and other basic rights and liberties. Ladies and gentlemen, let me give you an example in terms of controlling the constitutionality of presidential decrees on the ground of competence. The court reviewed the constitutionality of a provision which granted the Financial Crimes Investigation Board, which is called in Turkish as MASAK, the power to request every kind of information and document. This provision was declared unconstitutional on the ground that it interfered with the right to protect personal data guaranteed under Article 20 of the Constitution. Our court clearly says that you cannot regulate this kind of basic rights and liberties with a presidential decree. At the second stage of the review of constitutionality, the Constitutional Court controls the substance or the content of the presidential decrees. And in its substantive review of the constitutionality of presidential decrees, the court has almost always referred to the principle of rule of law. The court uses the principle of rule of law as a yardstick to control the constitutionality of presidential decrees. Almost in all cases, in all issues, the court defines the principle of rule of law. It defines the rule of law as a principle that requires a state that respects human rights, ensures the supremacy of the law on all state organs, deeming itself bound by the Constitution and the laws, and being subject to judicial review. These are the main elements of the principle of rule of law regulated by the Constitutional Court. The court has underlined two important elements of the rule of law, namely the principles of legal certainty and of the legal security. The principle of legal certainty requires that the legal regulations must be absolutely clear, comprehensible, and applicable to both individuals and public authorities. This clarity, according to the Constitutional Court, is necessary to avoid arbitrary state actions and activities. Likewise, the principle of legal security requires that the public authorities shall act in a foreseeable manner. It prevents the state from enacting inconsistent and contradictory legal provisions. The Constitutional Court annulled the presidential decrees that were contrary to the principles of legal certainty and security. To sum up, the Constitutional Court upholds the rule of law through constitutional review of the presidential decrees. The court primarily controls the limitations imposed on the competence of the president to issue decrees, and then substantially examines whether they are in compliance with the requirements of the rule of law. Dear participants and ladies and gentlemen, in concluding my remarks, I must note that by upholding the rule of law, the Constitutional Court has significantly contributed to furthering the public confidence towards law and courts, as well as strengthening the legitimacy of public institutions. As we all know, these are the main functions that are expected from the Constitutional Courts. Therefore, the Constitutional Courts, with the task of maintaining the rule of law, have become almost indispensable for today's constitutional democracies. Let me end my speech by wishing that our courts will continue to effectively protect the basic constitutional values, namely democracy, human rights, and rule of law. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, President Zyrti Arslan, for your presentation. Tani kemi prezentimin e
Now we have the presentation of the President of the Constitutional Court of Republic of Albania, Mrs. Holta Zoçaj, who will speak about the role of the constitutional courts as negative legislator and the legal impact of the constitutional courts in the content of legal norms. Madam President, the floor is yours. Thank you. I have the pleasure to speak in Albanian because we feel home in Kosovo, and in such international conferences we don't have the opportunity to speak in Albanian, and we have this privilege today. Honorable colleagues and guests, at first please allow me to congratulate the President and the judges of the Constitutional Court of Kosovo on this excellent organization of this conference and on the anniversary of the court. I come here in a follow-up of the excellent cooperation between our two courts. I will try to sum up, and I will address a bit theoretically and in practice the position of the Constitutional Court as a negative legislator. In this brief presentation, I will stop on 4 points. The legislator as a obliged interpreter of constitutional norm, the role of the Constitutional Court as a negative legislator, the redimension of the Constitutional Court through the compliant interpretation, and the 4th point as an establisher. The role of the Constitution, the most important and common role of the Constitutional Court has been developed in relation to legislation during the abstract review of its compatibility with constitutional norms. The authority to remove from legal order the legal provisions that are incompatible with the Constitution defines the position of the Constitutional Courts as a negative legislator. In the Kelsenian point of view, recognizing to the positive legislator, that is the Parliament, the other duties related to implementation of constitutional principles by means of approximation of legislation and acting in compliance with the court's decision. However, due to the increasing role of constitutional courts not only as guarantors of supremacy of the Constitution but also as final interpreters of constitutional norms through decisions that have binding effects on ordinary courts, it could be taken as a fact that by nominal unconstitutionality, invalidity / nullity that initially marked the activity as a negative legislator has been overcome. During this period, the competences of constitutional courts have been progressively extended, taking a more active role in interpreting the Constitution and the laws adopted on the basis of and pursuant to the latter, in order not only to repeal or not apply them when being unconstitutional, but also to interpret them, if possible, by attaching a meaning that is in harmony with the Constitution, aiming to protect the activity of the lawmaker and the normative acts approved by it. Based on the principle of presumption of constitutionality of the law, the court has upheld in its case law that it has no authority to control the intentions and fairness of solutions applied by the lawmaker. This means that with regard to alleged unconstitutionality, convincing arguments should be submitted in order to enable it to evaluate whether the applied legal solutions violate the constitutional norms and values. Parliament, as the highest representative body and holder of people's sovereignty, is undoubtedly a central and the most important body of the state power. And in exercising this function, the Parliament appears also an interpreter of the constitutional norm, because in the framework of implementation of certain policies during the process of drafting and adopting the laws, it should take into account that they must not come contrary to the provisions of the Constitution. The Constitutional Court has constantly emphasized in its case law its position as a negative legislator. In the case with subject matter, interpretation of expression, acts and behavior that seriously discredit the position and figure mentioned in some articles of the Constitution, the Court stated that in order to interpret these norms, it does not undertake the role of a positive legislator, providing one by one all the cases that could fall under these constitutional causes, as it would be impossible while the Constitution, laws, and even court decisions cannot precisely codify such acts and behaviors. Under the circumstances when the Constitution or other laws have not provided in details the essential elements of a certain procedure, these elements cannot be completed through its interpretive decisions, since interpretation as a function and method takes place in cases when existing norms have ambiguities in their meanings, and not to fill in the legal gaps, because otherwise the Constitutional Court would be placed in the wrong position as the creator of legal norm, a function which belongs to the legislative body. In 2010, the President of the Republic of Albania, in fulfilling his competence to appoint judges, sent to the Parliament the decrees for filling some vacant seats. The Parliament, pretending to have some uncertainties on issues such as criteria to be met by the candidates, addressed the constitutional jurisdiction, requesting the interpretation of some constitutional norms. In this case, the court reiterated its role as a negative legislator, considering that while exercising their constitutional powers, the President and the Parliament are the first interpreters of the constitutional norm, which means that it is up to them and not to the Constitutional Court to define the criteria that should be met by candidates, since a contrario, this court would interfere with the exercise of constitutional powers of each of these bodies, violating the principle of separation and balancing of powers. Nevertheless, the Constitutional Court and the constitutional courts in general have departed from the Kelsenian model by developing constitutional legal tools and instruments that go beyond the model of negative legislator and allow the court to a considerable extent to establish rules that immediately fill in the legal gaps created following its decision on repealing of legal provisions. The idea to preserve the law has created to the Constitutional Court the possibility to avoid repealing it in order not to create legal gaps by choosing an interpretation that would give to the law a meaning compatible with the Constitution. This led to the constitutional courts to consider that when a law is to be interpreted, it should choose that way of interpretation to annul any other way that would lead to the repealing of the law. Influenced by other European courts, our Constitutional Court in recent years has applied the compliant interpretation, assessing that this interpretation is possible when a legal norm can be interpreted in more ways, and one of them would be compliant with the Constitution. The court has expressed that the compliance interpretation requires effects and chooses results which are compatible with constitutional values. Based on this method of interpretation, the court has, on condition that the norms are and the decisions of the court are executable, and the ordinary courts would take them in consideration. An important role of the Constitutional Court, based on the gaps as a result of annulment of the law by the Constitutional Court. The Constitutional Court, on several occasions, when it decided to annul a legal norm, it stressed that this annulment does not create a legal gap, and the legislator does not need to do a supplementation. One other action is to postpone the introduction into force of legal effects, and this would give time to the legislator to act in order to avoid the violation of human rights as a result of such norm. In relation to the gap created as a result of non-action by the legislator, our law, based on the Constitution, provides that when there is a legal gap is determined and negative consequences for the human rights and freedoms, the court, among others, will establish the obligation to the legislator to fill the legal frame, the legal norm. So in this case is not a positive role in the norm, but only ascertainment that there is a gap and there is consequences. Non-action of the legislator is unconstitutional. In the case when an organization in relation to a vote of migrants, the court decided that as a result of non-action by the Central Election Commission, the Albanians residing outside the territory of Albania were restricted on the day of elections. Consequently, the constitutional right to vote for this category of individuals remained a mere declarative provision due to the legal gap, eventually non-applicable in practice and illusory in its essence. These are results of this decision. In a case of a law on the process of treatment of property, which is a long story which has accompanied Albania since the change of regime, and a series of legal acts have been produced which have been subject to continuous amendments over time as a result of either intervention by the Constitutional Court or European Court. The court found that the right to private property had been restricted due to the lack of legal regulation on changes that property cadastral data have undergone over the years. This legal gap has resulted in negative consequences to the property right, denying the fair compensation to this category of subjects. Consequently, in both of these cases, the court gave the necessary time to the lawmaker to adopt new legal rules in conformity with its decision. So the Constitutional Court has a pen and a rubber. The court has the right to delete a norm, but it does not have the right of the pen to write what the norm should contain. The power of the rubber to delete is an important one because it points to the legislator to take over responsibilities to regulate the legislation so that the rights of individuals are respected. In conclusion, it should be stated that when exercising constitutional review, the Constitutional Court is not necessarily limited to the existing legal norms, but it may also have a legal influence on the creation and content of future legal norms. However, the exercise of this activity requires action and solution by the competent body through adoption of strategies if that is necessary, and to address the issues made evident by the Constitutional Court, even though these techniques do not intend to interfere with the prerogatives of the lawmaker. The instruments available to the constitutional courts and their choice to characterize the Constitution as a document of principles and basic values opens up a wide-ranging opportunities for the protection of fundamental human rights and freedoms, appear to have overcome the concept of Constitutional Court as a negative legislator. Thank you very much. Thank you, President Zachay.
Pleasure to have Mr. Aldis Lavinch, President of Constitutional Court of Latvia. He will speak on the role of constitutional courts in reconciling the application of EU and international law with the constitutional identity. The President, the floor is yours. Please.
Good morning, dear colleagues. Good morning, dear friends. First of all, I congratulate you on anniversary of establishment of your court, and on this occasion, dear colleagues, I wish you nothing but just a great success in fulfilling your duties, defending your Constitution and protecting common European values. And of course, using this momentum, I would express my appreciation to so closely cooperation with Constitutional Court of Kosovo. And I can say that youngest constitutional court in European continent, of course, has deserved to be in a conference of constitutional court, and I hope this is just a question of time, and we will not wait for a long when you will be a full-fledged member in this highly esteemed institution. For this conference, I have chosen a topic. I call it the role of constitutional courts in reconciling the application of EU and international law with the constitutional identity. Why I have chosen such a topic? Because we know that last year Kosovo has submitted application for membership in the European Union. And yesterday, when we took part in this solemn event, at least twice, I realized that colleagues spoken about Constitutional Court's duties, you underlined this idea that in your daily work you have to apply not just domestic law, not just national constitution, but as well international law. So you work with, if I may say so, with two legal, not systems, but very great elements of systems. Well, if you will be, and I hope one day you will be a member of European Union, you must operate as judges, as lawyers, with three such systems. On one hand, national system, on the other hand, international law system, and on the third, part. This is EU law system. And if we take into consideration EU law, legal system, then this concept of national constitutional identity comes really as a great important aspect. And recently we discussed this issue because, it is well known that we live in very turbulent times now. And it is so important for Europe nowadays to be united And dear colleagues, let me speak in a very frank way that sometimes this concept of national constitutional identity is used not in a bona fide, but let me say in a mala fide, saying and pushing in a front line just national interest, and this somehow not unite Europe, but to some extent it split it. It could split it. And look, if politicians nowadays, it is quite a hard task for them to unite Europe. It is really utmost important for lawyers to stand for our values and to create such a system which unites, not splits Europe. And that's why let me share some ideas about national constitutional identity. So, by the way, next year conference in Riga as well, we are going to speak about how to recognize what kind of values we could define as a national constitutional identity as element. I mean, not every value enshrined in constitution could deserve be called as constitutional identity. So in a recent decade in Latvia, we have had quite intensive debates on what is constitutional identity in Latvia. So, and we realize that we have to bear in mind as well this concept of so-called unchangeable constitutional core. And if we can define what comprises this unchangeable constitutional core, then we could say, well, these values we could call, at least in Latvia, as national constitutional identity. And at this moment I can say, for instance, such values as rule of law, protection of human rights and protection of national language, we can say as a constitutional court, as legal scholars in Latvia, these are our constitutional identities. So, and actually we had one case recently in Latvian Constitutional Court where this question, well, at one hand we could say, colleagues, we could say, well, this this question about identity is more or less theoretical, because who are founders of European Council? Who is the founder of European Union? Member states. And of course, then these member states share the same values. And normally, there shouldn't be a conflict between those values and national constitutional identity. But in reality, such sort of conflict sometimes, time by time, arises. And that's why I turn back to my case. This is in European Union well-known case called Cilevich case, because Latvian Constitutional Court referred to Luxembourg Court in order to ask whether protection of national language, which is Latvian language in Latvia, could be understood and recognized as constitutional identity within European Union. And we asked this question because legislator have adopted regulation which stipulates that at the universities, higher education level, I speak about it, at universities, it is mandatory for universities, and it doesn't matter whether this is a private entity or state-established university. It is mandatory to organize those courses almost just in Latvian language. So, and this is some sort of restriction for other European Union countries, for universities who would like to work as well in Latvia. So, because because it is obvious that this restriction to freedom of establishment, because I can imagine if, for instance, university from Ireland could work in Riga and there is a mandatory requirement to organize almost all process just in Latvian language. Who would be capable to realize such a task? Okay, and that's why since this panel is devoted to abstract control, we received application from 20 members of parliament who argued, look, Constitutional Court, there is an infringement or restriction of freedom, and we know in European Union freedoms are something very important, and if one member state restricts to some extent freedom, normally it is recognized as a breach of European Union law. And those 20 members of parliament came to Latvian Constitutional Court and said, well, Latvian Constitutional Court, look, there is a breach of EU law. And actually, they were not keen on quashing this legal regulation concerning usage of Latvian language. They wanted that in Latvian, Russian language would be used, not European, not other European language. But the question was very important. So, what we decided in Riga, we decided that since this is a question of a constitutional identity, how to understand this concept, and this is utmost important across European Union, we engaged in dialogue with Court of Justice in Luxembourg. So, and finally, we received answer in which court ruled so that EU law must be interpreted as not precluding legislation of a member state which in principle obliges higher education institutions to provide teaching solely in the official language of the member state, insofar as such legislation is justified on grounds related to the protection of its national identity. So it means we received, since we received such an answer, we could solve this case, and Constitutional Court said that so the benefit of Latvian society from the restriction of the fundamental rights of foreign entrepreneurs overweights particular negative consequences. And dear colleague, this is a gorgeous example how national constitutional identity could be reconciled, not in a conflicting position with EU law, but reconciled with freedoms-based all EU system. So I think this example would be as a good information for my colleagues, because now you, not now, but generally you know it. I just give an example how it works in real life when you operate with three legal systems, and when at stake is such a great value as constitutional identity. And actually yesterday when we visited St. Teresa Cathedral, and maybe you remember that priest said, if roots are denied, we are no one. And that's why this concept of national constitutional identity is utmost important, as I said it already twice. But at the same time, this concept should not divide us, but we should clarify how to understand this concept in order to achieve the goal that this sensible concept unites Europe. Thank you.
The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Dear President Geza Kaka Nimani, thank you very much for invitation. Thank you very much for this tremendous organization of this event. Dear presidents, dear colleagues, high representatives of various state functions, High Assembly, the current events and disputes in various countries in Europe and around the world are calling to our attention to fundamental pillars of our society with the utmost clarity. What is the position of the citizens in polity and political community, and in which way has the power of the state to be limited in respect of the individual? We have answered this question by stating that freedom of the individuals is in principle unlimited, while the power of the state may only exercised on basis of legal provisions that have come about in a democratically legitimized process. Therefore, any state intervention can ultimately be linked back to the will of the people as manifested in law. The democratic state, under the rule of law, is perfected in the constitutional state, which guarantees and safeguards the supremacy of the Constitution and thus secures and stabilizes the entire structure of the constitutional state. Every state action must find its basis in the Constitution and has to be in conformity with it. In particular, that also means that laws are reviewed on the basis of the Constitution and, in case of contradiction, are annulled by a constitutional court. This is the only way to ensure the legal system free of contradictions, which will ultimately be respected by the people. The effectiveness and potency of the Constitution depends on its enforcement. The acceptance of the Constitution and thus the acceptance of the entire legal system is also related to its enforcement. In modern democratic constitutional states, enforcement of the Constitution is ensured by the constitutional courts. It is the supreme guardian of the Constitution. The concept of constitutional review by a specialized court was significantly developed by Hans Kelsen and first implemented by the Austrian Constitutional Court in 1920. Constitutional disputes, for example, disputes over the interpretation and application of the Constitution, are not only political but also legal conflicts. As a legal conflicts, they can and should be decided by an independent, impartial court. The competence, in particular, to annul laws was monopolized by the Constitutional Court. In this way, however, a Constitutional Court indirectly becomes a player in the political field and passively, inevitably, and unavoidably a political actor, not because it acts politically itself, but because it affects political activity through its constitutional decisions. The decisions of a constitutional court affect public life, society, and the structure of the state more directly and lastingly than the decision of other courts, because they have general effect above all in the proceedings for reviewing laws in ordinances, which often even have direct consequences for all people or affect the interaction of state bodies. For this reason, decisions of constitutional courts, especially those that abolish statutory laws, are often of eminent political importance. This has become very clear in recent decision of the Austrian Constitutional Court on pandemic control measures, assisted suicide, the wearing the Islamic headscarf or same-sex marriage as examples. In addition, decisions relating to state organization have this character. If I may again mention an Austrian example, the annulment of the 2016 federal presidential election caused a strong interest and stir. A law that violates the Constitution must be abolished by the constitutional courts as unconstitutional regardless of consideration of political expediency. The supremacy of the Constitution is guaranteed and thus enforced. On the abstract level, this seems trivial. In practice, it remains a challenge. The Constitution is more open to interpretation than any other legal provisions. As an example, I cite a sentence from the Austrian Federal Constitution: all citizens are equal under the law. What has the jurisprudence of the Austrian Constitutional Court made of this? In its decision on assisted suicide, the Constitutional Court derived the fundamental right to free self-determination from the principle of equality in conjunction with the right of private life in Article 8 of the European Convention of Human Rights and the right to live in Article 2 of the Convention. This right to free self-determination includes both the right to decide how to live and the right to die with dignity. A prohibition under criminal law of any assistance in suicide, irrespective of specific circumstances, contradicts this right to free self-determination. The statutory provision in question was therefore repealed. In its decision on the Islamic headscarf ban in elementary schools, the Austrian Constitutional Court derived the requirement of religious and ideological neutrality of the state from the principle of equality in conjunction with the freedom of religion in Article 9 of the Convention. No justification in respect of these principles could be identified for the ban on Islamic headscarves for schoolgirls at elementary school. The law was repealed. The two decisions serve as an example of how the decisions of constitutional courts have, on the one hand, far-reaching political implications. On the other hand, constitutional courts are constantly forced to develop considerable legal or better constitutional innovation when applying constitutional standards of review. Generally speaking, constitutional courts are faced with the question of whether they could be more restrained in their jurisprudence, for example, whether they should emphasize judicial self-restraint or whether they should practice judicial activism. In the European Constitutional Court network, the answer to this question is to some extent taken out of the hands of the constitutional courts, not least because of the living instrument approach of the European Court of Human Rights in applying the Convention. The member states of the Council of Europe, and thus many of the constitutional courts represented here today, are called upon to understand and interpret fundamental rights in the light of current social conditions in a law-developing manner. With the example mentioned, I want to emphasize and underline that constitutional courts and thus judges of the Constitutional Court are very specially responsibility for the polity and society. Because of running time, let me say only some keywords. Judges have to be independent with a distance to party political, social, and personal interests. We have to make visible that we are independent. We have to explain the society what we do. It's not enough to have only conversation with the professional world. Acceptance in society is the greatest asset of constitutional courts and thus the greatest asset concerning the control of abstract legislation. Ultimately, this acceptance protects constitutional courts from the interference by politicians who disagree with our decisions. From Austrian perspective, I can report that we are confronted with constitutional political discussions at regular intervals, especially after attention-getting decisions to make changes in the system of constitutional jurisdiction and in the system of constitutional court. In the past, as it is so often the case, after such political considerations, the public debate has shown that society's acceptance of the constitutional court is very high. The political proposals have been heavily criticized in public. The proposed amendments were not well received and have only recently been dismissed. For the interpreters, I jump to number 6. I have to shorten. Given the many discussions on legal policy and also the increasing threats to constitutional jurisdiction, let me conclude with a thought that is important to me. I want to give you only some keywords because of time. We ourselves must contribute to protect us. Necessary is the acceptance in the society. Therefore, we must be consistent and consequent in our jurisdiction. We must avoid to be influenced from outside. We have to explain our doings not only for the expert, for example, with press releases in understandable language. We in Austria also try to invite the interest people to visit us once a year on the National Celebration Day. The interest is very high. We have always too many visitors on that day. But it is also very necessary for us to support each other. For example, in informal meetings on bilateral and multilateral level. For example, in Austria, we are very proud to have the so-called 6-member meeting every 2 years. There, the Austrian Constitutional Court, the German Constitutional Court, the Liechtenstein Constitutional Court, the Supreme Court of Switzerland, and the European Court of Human Rights and the European Court of Justice has a conference every 2 years, and these discussions are very fruitful for us. But it's also necessary to have the official bilateral and multilateral conferences in our assemblies of constitutional courts. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a high importance to me to support the idea of constitutional jurisdiction and especially the abstract judicial review of statutes of the constitutional courts. By doing so, I want to contribute to the stability of the constitutional courts and thus also of the Kosovo Constitutional Court and a free democratic constitutional state as a whole. All the more I would like to thank you for the invitation and wish especially the Kosovo Constitutional Court that its contribution to support and in the development of a free democratic constitutional state, especially in regard to the abstract judicial review of statutes, is indispensable and remains indispensable. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Judge Liam Barr, on your presentation, and thank you for your consideration for the time. Of course, we will have some minutes for the questions in the end, and all panels will have chance to respond to questions that we might receive from the participants in the conference. Now, I will give the floor to Judge José Figueiredo Diaz. I hope I pronounced it correctly. Judge of Constitutional Court of Portugal. His presentation will be on an overview of the Portuguese system in the context of the role of Constitutional Court in strengthening the values of democracy and the rule of law through abstract control. Judge, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Having accepted the kind invitation of the President of the Constitutional Court of Kosovo, Madame Teresa Sakanimani, which does great honor to the Portuguese Constitutional Court, I was designated by the President of the Portuguese Constitutional Court to represent our court. The President sends his regards to Madame Teresa Sakanimani, regretting not being here. My presentation is an overview of the Portuguese system from the perspective of this session. I will divide it into 5 parts, focusing especially on the last one, and I will start immediately in order to meet the 10 minutes deadline. So, part 1, the Constitution of the Portuguese Republic of 1976. Portugal, unlike Kosovo, is an old country. It dates back to 1143, when our first king, Dom Afonso Henriques, signed with the King of Leon and Castile, now Spain, the Treaty of Zamora, although papal recognition only arrived in 1179 with the Bulla Manifestus Probatum. Despite the fact that we are an old country, our current constitution is quite recent, at least comparing to those of many European countries. After a 48 years of dictatorship, a revolution established a democratic regime in Portugal in April 1974, the Revolution of Carnations, as it is still called. 1 year later, following the first free elections in our country, a constituent assembly was elected with a mandate to draft a new democratic constitution, which came into force 1 year later on 1976. Part 2, the Portuguese Constitutional Court. The first constitutional amendment took place 6 years later. Before that, there was the Council of the Revolution, a military institution in which a body called the Constitutional Commission acted as the supreme judicial body in matters of constitutional review. The Constitutional Commission was extinguished with this amendment, and the Constitutional Court was created, becoming responsible in last instance for reviewing the constitutionality of laws in Portugal. The court began its activity in April 1983, meaning that we have celebrated this year its 40th anniversary. Part 3, the democratic principle and the rule of law. I would now like to emphasize the democratic principle and the rule of law as part of the basic principles or fundamental axis of the Portuguese Constitution. There is an intrinsic and express constitutional connection between these two principles. The Constitution refers to a democratic rule of law. So, focusing on the democratic principle, there are multiple references to this principle in the Portuguese Constitution, in which it is stated, for example, that the Portuguese Republic is based on the will of the people, Article 1. That the Portuguese Republic is a democratic state based on the rule of law, the sovereignty of the people, plural democratic expression, and political organization, Article 2. That sovereignty lies with the people, Article 3. And that is the fundamental task of the state to guarantee respect for the principles of a democratic state based on the rule of law, Article 9. Among some of the constituent elements of the democratic principle in the Portuguese Constitution are the principle of the sovereignty of the people, the principle of representation, the principle of separation of powers, which we talked so much yesterday, and the principle of proportional representation. Going to the rule of law, it is namely referred in Article 2 and Article 9b of the Portuguese Constitution, which state that Portugal is a democratic state based on the rule of law. There are three material assumptions inherent to this principle: legality, constitutionality, and warranty and protection of fundamental rights and freedom, a major cornerstone in Portuguese constitution. Some of the most important sub-principles that make the rule of law possible are the principle of the constitutional state, implying, which is important for this session, namely the need for constitutional review. Also, the principle of the independence of the courts and access to the law and the courts. The principle of legality of administration, the subjection of the administration to the law. The principle of protection of legitimate expectations. The principle of legal security. The principle of proportionality, and also procedural warranties, especially in criminal proceedings. Part 4 of my presentation, constitutional review in the Portuguese Constitution. Since the Constitution is the basic law of the country, the entire legal order must be in accordance with it. It is necessary to ensure that the Constitution is respected by lower-ranking legal provisions. In this framework, the Portuguese Constitutional Court appears as the main actor of the constitutional justice, with powers to decide without the possibility of appeal on questions of constitutionality. There are 4 types of constitutional review laid down in our Constitution: anticipatory abstract review, successive abstract review, specific review, and unconstitutionality by omission. Only the second one, successive abstract review, relates for the purposes of our panel, so I will only talk about it in the 5th and last part of my presentation, about abstract review of the constitutionality of norms in the Portuguese Constitution. In this last part, I will briefly address 6 aspects about it. First one, early observation. I will limit the discussion to what we call positive unconstitutionality. In Portugal, we also have unconstitutionality by omission, which is a very original modality in terms of comparative law, but of little practical relevance. In this type of review, the Constitutional Court verifies the non-compliance with the Constitution resulting from the lack of adoption of necessary legislative measures by the competent legislative bodies. Second aspect, competent body. Successive abstract review is a concentrated review, which means it is reserved to the Constitutional Court. All Portuguese courts are competent to carry out concrete review regarding any questions of constitutionality raised in a specific case, with the possibility of appeal to the Constitutional Court. But only the Constitutional Court has the authority to deem a norm unconstitutional with general binding force. Point 3, initiative or legitimacy. Abstract constitutional review can only be requested by certain public entities, and it is not open to most citizens. These entities are the President of the Republic, the Speaker of the Parliament, the Prime Minister, the Ombudsman, the Attorney General, 1/10 of the members of Parliament, and also regional authorities regarding legal provisions that affect our autonomous regions of Açores and Madeira. Fourth aspect, object. Successive abstract review is independent of any specific dispute pending a court decision. It scrutinizes legal provisions in force whose formation process has already been completed, including their official publication. All legal provisions are covered, notably constitutional review laws, legislative acts, including laws of Parliament, government decrees, and legislative decrees of autonomous regions, international conventions, legal provisions issued by international organizations of which Portugal is a member, normative resolutions of Parliament, regulations of the administration. On the opposite, Political acts, administrative acts, and judicial decisions are excluded from this review. Fifth aspect, effects of a declaration of unconstitutionality. This declaration has generally binding force in retroactive invalidation of the legal norm, meaning that the legal norm does not produce any effects from the beginning, and also the impossibility for it to continue to be applied by any court or authority. This general binding force means that the declaration is binding on all constitutional bodies, courts, and administrative authorities. We say it has the force of law, meaning that the judgment has normative value to the extent that it eliminates the rule from the legal system. Sixth aspect, the importance of the request principle. The Constitutional Court always acts at the request of people with legal standing and not on the initiative of any of our justices. The request delimits the scope of the court's jurisdiction to the provisions in question. However, justices are not limited by the cause of action and may deem the provision unconstitutional on different grounds. I almost finished my intervention here underlying that successive abstract review is quite important in the court's activity, not only in statistical terms, as we have many cases of successive abstract review before the court, but especially in its public repercussion and effects. And about this, sorry for the interpreters because I have not said this, because today I read in the Portuguese newspaper to underline the importance of this abstract review. In Portugal there has been a huge discussion in society and politics about euthanasia, or as we call it, medically assisted death. It has been subject to the Constitutional Court 2 times already through anticipatory abstract review. The President of the Republic has used his veto power 2 times, and finally we have a law. Do you know what happened? 1/10 of the deputies of Parliament are making a request to the Constitutional Court. It didn't enter yet, but I assume it will enter today or tomorrow. The deputies of the largest opposition party are making this request. They ask, in first instance, whether euthanasia violates the right of life, and they point out 19 more doubts about the constitutionality of the law. From what I read in the newspaper, the request has more than 300 pages. So I brought this example only to show the importance of abstract review in the life of Portugal. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Judge Diaz, for your presentation. Now we have pleasure to have presentation of Justice Maria Becker. She is a member of Supreme Court of Ireland, and she will present on the Supreme Court as guardians of the Constitution. It is a different subject compared to other constitutional courts, so we are looking forward to hear from the Supreme Court and in constitutional review. Thank you very much. Please.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning, Madam President, members of the Constitutional Court of Kosovo, members of the Supreme Court of Kosovo, other judicial colleagues, and ladies and gentlemen. The Irish Supreme Court will be 100 years old next year. I think we are the great old lady of Supreme Courts, and we see ourselves indeed as the great old lady of constitutional courts in Europe. The Irish Constitution was adopted in 1937, but the first constitution of the Irish Independent Republic was adopted in 1922. That's 2 years before the court. And the basic structure of the court is fundamentally the same now as that was created 101 years ago. All courts in the Irish legal system must, of course, apply the Constitution. They must interpret the law in a constitutional manner, and they must apply the constitutional principles in the application of the law. But there is a difference, there is a fundamental difference between the roles of the superior courts and the roles of the lower local courts. And that is that the superior courts alone have the power to interpret the Constitution and to decide whether legislation is compliant with the Constitution, and therefore whether the legislation must be declared repugnant and must be struck down. The Constitution, as you know from its date, having been adopted in 1927, does not have the benefits that the Kosovo Constitution had of having the Venice Commission, the Strasbourg Court, the European Convention on Human Rights, the other international instruments. We derived our principles that underlie our Constitution from the ancient Greek concept of the Republic, the ancient Greek concepts of the dignity of the human being. We adopted the principles from the Enlightenment of the freedom of the human being and the dignity of the person and the power of the person over the state and the obligation to protect those fundamental freedoms. We have, as you would imagine, right to life, right to property, right of freedom of expression, equality, right to work, and the right to bodily integrity. We have had quite an active court over the years, and I'll come back to that in a moment when I speak in the last part of my speech about legitimacy. But we have shown to a large extent in recent years, particularly, a degree of restraint in the way in which we are prepared to imply rights that are not expressed in the Constitution. The jurisdiction of the Supreme Court specifically is to hear only cases of general public legal importance. We are an appellate court, but our jurisdiction is limited to general legal principles and cases which call for an interpretation or application of those general legal principles. The unique power that we have, which is where the decision of the Supreme Court is final and the Supreme Court is the only court that determines the question, is where the President of Ireland can refer legislation before he or she signs it. And the President has that power to decide that there is a constitutional question and to refer the legislation to the Supreme Court. This happened last week, to the great excitement of my colleagues, because it hasn't happened for 20 years. This is why I have no voice, because the work will be huge. We have 60 days to decide, 60 days from the day the President refers the legislation. We have 60 days to decide. But it comes with great drama and great political and legal importance. The President delivers the legislation to the Supreme Court with a request that we determine its constitutionality before the President will sign it into law. Ironically, and perhaps not very happily for us, the legislation that is in question is the new legislation for the appointment of judges. We would prefer not to have to decide that. We would prefer the present situation to continue, because there is really no serious belief in Ireland that judges are appointed for political reasons. The judges have great respect, and there's no serious belief that the judges are appointed for reasons of their political preferences. Nonetheless, a new body has been established, and the President of Ireland has delivered the legislation to us on a motorbike last week, and we will decide that. We will, in that context, be called upon to consider for the first time, I think, the real meaning of the separation of powers between the legislature and the executive powers of state. And we will be pronouncing, not for the first time, but newly, the power and duty of the court to exercise its constitutional function in interpreting the law. So it is a big challenge, and I'm sure you'll all see the result of it in the newspapers. The biggest challenge we've had, really, in the last number of years is to maintain and establish and develop our legitimacy. This is a problem the Kosovan court must know about, but we're the very old ladies of constitutional courts in Europe, and we are aware of the cold winds that blow around us, and we're aware that we cannot assume that the people of Ireland will continue to respect us. It's undoubtedly the case that people hold the Constitution in very high regard. In fact, people bring the Constitution with them on political protests. People call on the Constitution when they come to court all the time. People respect the courts and they respect the Supreme Court, but we cannot assume that will be so. We cannot assume that because of the amount of debate which is poorly developed around the elite in society, and the poor debate around misinformation and the interplay between misinformation and freedom of expression. We are very conscious of the requirement that we maintain our legitimacy, and we have done that in the last number of years by having a discussion as to how a constitution is interpreted. The activist court in the 1980s took a lot of inspiration from the Warren Court, the Warren US Supreme Court, which was activist, but activist in a way that was mostly, I think, respected by the citizens and mostly developed a law that was recognized as being correct. That's not the case anymore in the United States, and we are conscious of the difficulty that the interpretative process could play for us were we not to be more careful. So we have moved away from thinking of implying rights towards looking both to international instruments, which are not the source of our Constitution, but are the source of the understanding of humanity. So we look first to those, and we also look back to the constitutional text and principles. So instead of saying that we imply rights, we now use the language of derived rights. And this came to the height in Ireland when we had our challenge to the government's climate change plan in 2018 and 19. That plan provided for nothing that would improve our carbon emissions until 2035. And a challenge was brought by an NGO on the basis that to leave any change in carbon emissions to 2035 was too late. And we did strike down the government's climate change plan, but not by reason of looking at the Constitution. We did so by looking at the legislative framework within which the climate change plan was adopted. And we looked to the legislative requirements and said the plan did not meet those. That was a restrained approach by the Irish court. It was the correct approach because we didn't need to look to the Constitution to come to the answer. We did say in the course of the judgment that we didn't think that there was a right to a clean environment in Irish constitutional law, but that there could be a right derived from the right to life, the right to health, and the right to property that might emerge, that might allow some idea of environmental protection to emerge from the Constitution. That also was restraint. We were asked a number of years ago to legitimize or to accept the right of a woman who was gravely ill with multiple sclerosis to be assisted in her suicide. And we said no, it was not possible to derive a right to assisted suicide from the existing Constitution, partly because of the right to life, but more importantly, because we said that unless there was a structured legislative framework within which assisted suicide could happen, it would be wrong for the court to declare a general right. Having said that, and we regard restraint as an important functionality of our court, we also regard reasonableness and reasons as an important restraint. So we deliver long, detailed, reasoned judgments in all cases. Finally, and this I think will dovetail with Tom's speech, we are concerned to show that our court ultimately has courage. And that courage matters. It matters enormously when it comes to making decisions that government won't like. Government absolutely didn't like our answer to the question concerning the constitutionality of the Canadian Free Trade Agreement. We said it breached the constitutional identity, to use Aldis's comment. We said it breached the constitutional identity of the Irish courts if a foreign arbitral body could decide on the meaning of Irish law. And the government didn't like it, but the government respected our answer. Equally, the government absolutely didn't like the judgment that we delivered recently concerning the composition of our second House of Parliament, the Seanad or Senate, which is not elected on universal suffrage, but which is elected by panels, institutional panels, vocational panels, university panels. And 43 years ago, the Irish people indicated in a referendum that the composition of the electorate for the election of the university panel should be changed. 43 years ago, nothing happened. Many bodies were established to consider how a new form of the university panel would evolve. Many discussions were had, but nothing happened. And the Supreme Court declared that the legislation underlying the current Senate representation was unconstitutional. And we were asked by the attorney to give a 5-year stay on that decision. 5 years, interestingly enough, would have meant the end of the current government and a whole other government. And so it was obviously a political decision for the Attorney General to ask us to pass that very difficult problem down to the next administration, and we said no. And the court said it would be wrong for us to allow an unconstitutional statute to continue to exist on the statute book, even though we knew that if we struck it down immediately without some stay, that there would be no possibility of ever fixing the problem, because you wouldn't have a parliament which could pass the new legislation. But in the course of that judgment, the Chief Justice of our court gave a short comment, which will be the end of my speech, and I will call it. He said, of course, judges are conscious, as persons, we are conscious of the result of our decisions. And he said we can be consciously or unconsciously affected by the consequences of a finding of unconstitutionality. But he went on to say, it would be a mistake to think that in any human system of judging, that there are not many factors which are capable of affecting judges who cannot reach their decisions in the abstract. However, it would be an error of even greater proportions to assume that these considerations control courts' decision-making. It would be wrong to refrain from making a finding of constitutionality because the result would be inconvenient or worse, and equally incorrect, to find that something unconstitutional was not. In truth, courts should attempt to address all cases on their merits, and the only relevant consideration is whether the test to be adopted and applied makes that already difficult task easier or more difficult. That shows the difficulty that a court like the young Kosovan court will have. It will come up against restrictions, and it will come up against criticism. But that courage you have shown in the way in which you've established your court, and you have shown me, I must say personally, in the last 24 hours, that courage exists here, but it's something you cannot forget. We haven't forgotten it. We try not to forget it. And certainly there is always some political pressure, always a little bit of pressure from the press, always a little bit of pressure from the public. But we have the respect of the people, and fundamentally we have the respect of government because they understand that we mean what we say. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Judge Becker, for your presentation. Now we will continue with Professor Tom Ginsburg, Professor of Comparative Constitutional Law at Chicago Law School. He will present us on abstract norm control and judiciary in lawmaking, impact on judicial reputation. To have views of academics and judges, it's very important for us, and the exchange of views and as well insights. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I'm the last speaker on a long panel, and so I'll try to be very brief, but I must, before beginning, thank President Saka, Nimani, and all the members of the court. I've learned a lot and look forward to reading more of your cases here in Kosovo. So Hans Kelsen famously described constitutional courts as a negative legislator. And as Madam Zacic from Albania has very, very nicely explained in her speech, you know, that image doesn't quite capture it anymore. The negative legislator idea was that legislature passes a law, the court says no. But now what we have is the court finding that an omission, a failure to act by the legislature can be unconstitutional. So now the court is proposing, in a sense, legislation, and that's a much more active role. The court is imposing timelines in many cases. You must pass the law by this time. And as she mentioned, the court is sometimes giving what we call a conforming interpretation. In other words, in saying that whatever this legislation says, in order for you to apply it, it has to mean these things. So that's an active action, the pen, as you nicely said. So this is a different world. And it risks, you know, first thing, a point about that is it changes legislation. It changes what legislators do. Because now legislators have to act looking at the court. They're thinking of the court when they're doing their job. They are also, I think in some cases, it creates a risk, at least in my country. When the court became more active, the legislators would pass very bad laws because they knew the court could clean it up for them, you know, and so they got lazy a little bit. And sometimes they would pass things that they knew were unconstitutional to get the political credit. So for many years, the Republican legislators would say, you know, we're proposing a law which says no abortions in the country, even though they knew the court would strike that down if it ever passed. So that reduced the quality of legislation. And, you know, I think another really important point is that it's led to, I suppose, the judicialization of politics. This is a phrase we use all over the world, the judicialization of politics. Politics is now conducted in the shadow and at the courts, because political forces, if they lose in the legislature, will bring the case to the court. The processes get mixed up. And that, of course, creates a big risk for judges and for courts. If you have the judicialization of politics, the risk, of course, is the politicization of the judiciary. And to some degree, that pressure is naturally going to arise because the politicians will see, wow, this body's making important decisions. The public will say, this body's making important decisions. We want accountability. We want representation on the court. And so you start to see that the appointment process gets a little more political, and that, I think, creates great pressures on what judges are doing. Well, what I want to talk about is judicial reputation, and what that means. You know, courts, to get their decisions implemented, as Marie has just said, you know, require legitimacy. And legitimacy, of course, requires having a good reputation. Audiences that are reading the court decisions have to respect them. They have to think that the court is just doing law, as Georg says. They have to believe that the decisions are reached in a fair way, fair procedure. And it turns out that judicial reputation is very hard to build, but easy to lose. Actually, John last night used a quote from Ben Franklin. I'm going to give another quote from Benjamin Franklin, the American. It takes many good deeds to build a good reputation and only one bad deed to lose it. And I think that that's accurate. Courts can squander reputation very easily with a major, very bad decision. The United States is a good example of this, I think, in which case our judges are losing, the Supreme Court in particular is losing a very well built up reputation. And, you know, it's not just because I happen to disagree with some of the interpretations. It is because of the way they are doing so. So now I want to introduce an idea about a reputation of a court. A court is a single body, but it's made up of lots of individuals. Each individual has a reputation, the court has a reputation as a whole, and there is an interaction between those two things. It's a little bit like sports. In economics, we call this theory about this team production. You know, if you suppose you were playing a game of football, and every single player on the football team wanted to score the goals, and they're all trying to score the goals all the time, that football team is not going to win. They're too concerned with their individual reputation and not with the reputation of the team as a whole. Football's a team game. On the other hand, imagine you had a football team where there was no numbers on the shirts, everyone was wearing masks, no one got any credit when they did something good. That probably wouldn't be a very good football team either. When we design institutions, we need to incentivize the individuals to build their reputations in ways that advance the collective reputation of the court or of the body. And that's true for all institutions, true for universities, for everything. But in a court, it creates a particular dynamic. What's happened in the United States is our judges are writing individual opinions in every single case, and they can't agree among themselves, even among the majority. So this is a case where and of course we all know them, they're famous, they're in the newspaper. Justice is not blind, we know who is doing it. And that they have a politics among them. And the problem is that it has led to incoherent jurisprudence. Even with the radical things they're trying to do, the 5 really conservative justices don't agree on the reason. And so people like me, or even ordinary people, litigants, lawyers trying to make sense of what the law is, are having trouble. The lawyers who appear before them are making arguments to the individuals. They're saying, in this case, I think this justice will decide this way, and not to the law. So that's a big problem, and it's a very politicized judiciary. Well, but I think in other countries you could have the opposite problem. You know, of course, in the civil law tradition, we tend to think that, the law is out there, the law exists, the judge has no agency in finding it. The court often will speak as a collectivity, one opinion of the court. And that might be more coherent, but it's not particularly transparent. And particularly when you are dealing with questions like abstract review, where the society might have very different views, right? If the general problem of having a collective single voice is that each individual might not work as hard. The public cannot see what the reasons were always so clearly. And it can also lead to a problem the other way. And I think when we combine that idea with the idea of the court as a positive legislator, you can see the problem. Legislation is policy. Policy, by definition, has multiple possible answers. If we're deciding a policy about climate change, as Marie just said, there's many answers that one could be given. And the law tends to speak with a single answer. And there's a tension there. If judges become positive legislators, the public will want to know, well, what about the other view? What were the votes? What were the arguments on both sides? And I think that creates some pressure for separate opinions, for at least more accountability. And so there's a kind of a tension right now that these things create. Now, let me say one last thing, because I know everyone is really ready for the coffee break, and I'll just try to be quick. This idea of, first of all, in our country and in other countries, we see changes in opinion practices over time. At some times you might emphasize the collective opinion, other times the individual opinion. There's not a single right answer. It depends on what you're trying to do in building reputation. In Germany, they changed to allow dissenting opinions in 1971. In the United States, we used to have single opinions, now we have many. I think many people think we should move back to more collective. I think it's a tension, and one changes over time depending on the environment. I guess the last point I want to say is that reputation is not just a quality of individual courts, but it's a quality of all courts together. That is, the law and the idea of the rule of law depends on courts cooperating across countries to project an image that what we were doing is really law and has some determinate boundaries and isn't just a sort of political exercise. And that's where I think meetings like this are very helpful, because you can cooperate, you can learn from other judges. I think that's really important, to borrow ideas from other judges, to try to get the best possible techniques. And only if we do that can we avoid the criticism that the judges, when they're engaged in positive legislation, are actually engaged in pure politics and thus should be politicized. There's much more to say, but time is so short, so I think I'll stop right there.
Thank you, Professor Ginsburg. Now we have some time reserved for questions, and our panel members will be happy to reply and to respond to questions coming from the participants in the conference. Let's see if we have questions. They were very interesting presentations.
Thank you. By way of introduction, I am Altinika, I'm Constitutional Advisor at the Constitutional Court of the Republic of Kosovo. I would also like to put on record my appreciation for coming to Pristina and for your contribution through your very impactful presentations. I have a question for Justice Leinbach. Considering that the fundamental principle of parliamentary democracies is the exercise of legislative power by the legislative body, respectively by the parliament, I want to know, is there any risk that the frequent repeal of the laws by the Constitutional Court does amount to a violation of the principle of independence of the Parliament and an interference in the constitutional competencies of the legislative body? To be more exact, who gives the right to the Constitutional Court to decide what kind of laws should the Parliament approve? Bearing in mind, conceptually speaking, the Parliament possessed the popular legitimacy to approve the law, while the Constitutional Court does not have this kind of popular legitimacy to decide what kind of law the Parliament should approve. Thank you.
Thank you. Please. Judge.
Thank you very much for this question. That's a very important question, I think. And who gives the right to the Constitutional Court of Austria? It's the Constitution itself. It's the Constitution itself, because the Constitution derives that There are constitutional law provisions and there are law provisions on the lower level, you know. And the provisions on the lower level must respect the constitutional level. And therefore, there must be a body who controls this respect of constitutional law. And the Constitutional Court of Austria only have the right to annul if there is a contradiction, but nothing more. All other things are the rights of Parliament. Parliaments have to decide how to deal with an annulment. It's not the question of the Constitutional Court to say to the Parliament, you have to do this in this way, you have to do it in that way. No, not at all. That's not the competence of the Constitutional Court. The Constitutional Court only can tell to the Parliament, you have done wrong in respect of the Constitution, and you have to correct this, but nothing more. That's, I think, is very, very important, because otherwise you don't have a constitution anymore.
Thank you, Judge, in responding this question control and the role of the Constitutional Court in this aspect. Let me see. Do we have other questions? Yes, I see there is a question. Please.
Dear guests, welcome to the session of the role of Constitutional Court in strengthening the values of democracy and rule of law. My name is Dugajin Abduli. I'm as well a Constitutional Court lawyer. It was very, very rewarding to hear all your presentation. And what brought me to make the question is the presentation of Professor Ginsburg, especially to the facts of tension between the positive legislature and negative legislature. I find it quite intriguing and food for thought, the insights that you gave for the Constitutional Court being as a positive legislator, the facts that many times the courts provide the timeliness for the Parliament to act on adopting a law which is compliant with the Constitution. The other aspect is maybe the failure of the Parliament to commit or basically to adopt legislation compliant to the Constitution. So I would be more interested if you can elaborate a bit more. What are the distinguishing elements that the Constitutional Court has a mandate at least to be to act as a positive legislature? Or another additional question, what happens if a court has already assessed a law and it has declared it unconstitutional, and then we have the similar law with similar provisions adopted again from the Parliament? So what would be the reaction in this regard? Thank you.
Thank you. The latter refers to sometimes what we call dialogues between the court and the Parliament, and we have many examples where the court strikes down a law, the Parliament passes something either identical or just slightly different, and the court has to respond. And there's not a universal right answer here. I don't think that there's a right answer. It could be that the Parliament passes it again because it's really, really popular, and the court is really, really wrong. Country I used to work in, Mongolia, that happened all the time. But it could also be a case where, you know, the Parliament is being really stubborn and trampling some fundamental rights, and really the court has to go to the mat. So, you know, I think one thing, maybe I can back up from that and make a more general point. Alexander Hamilton said courts were not dangerous because they didn't have the purse or the sword. He called them the least dangerous branch because they had no money and no military power. But nowadays, we see in European countries people saying that courts are the most dangerous branch. When Viktor Orban came into power, that's the first thing he went after, is the court. And in Poland, they tried the same thing. So courts actually are genuinely powerful actors, and it can be used for good or bad. And so I think that it's inevitable that there's going to be this kind of dialogue back and forth. Now, let me just comment on when it's too much. So there is a limit to the positive legislative power, no doubt. One of the fights that was going on in Israel, the reason that the corrupt Netanyahu government wanted to attack the court was because the court really had been very broad in making up doctrines, and in that context, they were popular, but they had been very, very creative. In my country now, the Supreme Court has adopted something that they call the major questions doctrine. Congress wants to create an agency, let's say the Environment Agency, to clean up the air, solve climate change. Our Supreme Court now would say, you cannot do that. You can't give them such a broad mandate. You, Congress, have to answer the major questions. So it's incredible. The court is now acting in a kind of negative legislator role, but they are deciding what we can do about major questions like climate change and limiting the actual legislature in its ability to craft legislation. It's really problematic. So the thrust of your question is, I think there are limits, and courts have to be very mindful. I mean, Georg's just said this too, very mindful of not overstepping the bounds, even when they're acting as now a positive legislator to protect the Constitution.
Thank you very much, Professor Ginsburg. We have an intervention from the panel, and the President wants to have her insights as well in these questions. Please, President.
I will speak in Albanian. This brought me to another issue which is problematic in general, and I don't know if it is such, whether it can exist in different countries, is the execution of the decisions of the Constitutional Court with respect to abstract control. The role of the court has been expanded by giving time and by showing what is wrong with the law. Through interpretation, it has created, it has passed, or it's on the limits of assuming a positive role. In a way, but to return to the execution of the decisions, we don't have a mechanism, and the constitutions in general do not provide for a mechanism to enforce these decisions. Our decisions are final, are executable, but the court speaks only through the decision, and it is not rare in Albania that we had requests, or we were brought under certain pressure, saying to us, you issued a decision, but the parliament is not implemented. You have set a deadline of 1 year, and the initiative of the legislator starts at the end of this deadline. So this brings to the dilemma as to what will the court do. But the court speaks through the decision, and it is then to other actors, the parliament, civil society, which should use the decision of the Constitutional Court to lobby to the main actor, which is the legislator. And what I wanted to emphasize, the enforcement of these decisions comes as an indicator of the level of democracy of a country. And that's why I don't know at what stage or how much is this problem in other countries. And the court has taken over a little bit from the legislator when it imposes the legislator to act within a certain time and in a certain way. So the consequence, how will the legislator act within the order of the Constitutional Court? Thank you, President.
Only one remark to the question, what's to do if the Parliament repeats to make rules against the Constitution. From an Austrian point of view, I can say that the Constitutional Court in my country sometimes faced such situations, and the first answer is to annul these rules once again. To annul these rules once again. On a higher perspective, like Tom said, is there must be in a constitutional system, as in our states, there must be, I think, a minimum of respect between the goes on what's at the end. It's not our constitutional democratic system, it's another constitution, another state.
Yes, I think the question you ask is a fundamental question, and it in fact is echoed by what everybody says here. The Irish Supreme Court exercises, as I said in the course of my short speech, we exercise a great amount of restraint in the way in which we strike down legislation, and we will strike down a part of a statute, not the whole statute, of course. But personally, we exercise a great amount of restraint in the way in which we engage with the press and in the way in which we engage with the public. We do not, in general, explain our decisions. The decision is spoken from the judgment. The reasoning is spoken from the judgment. If an Irish judge attends a seminar, he or she will never speak about a case that he or she gave a judgment in. We will never speak about a case of another judge in the system, which is in the contemporary system. We might speak about old judgments, but we do not explain in different language what was already said by the court. This is important to legitimacy, I think. It's important for respect. And it's important that we show we know our place in the structure, and that, I think, leads to other actors showing they know their place. Ultimately, it's the same as Austria. If the legislature passes another piece of legislation that is also unconstitutional, we strike that down too. If the court has the respect of the people and the respect of the players across the system, then our action will fundamentally bring down a government. I think it will. It will bring down a parliament, it will bring down a government if a parliament continues to reject the position that the court has taken on constitutionality. But as I say, we're a very old court, and we have a very old constitution in European terms, and the division between the dialogue between the various elements in the system is well established, and respect is well established, but we can't take it for granted.
Thank you very much. President Lavinch, please.
Yeah, just a small remark concerning the question what to do if Parliament repeats the same regulation. And of course, this court bailiff system doesn't fit to the execution of the rulings of constitutional court, and that's why if such situation occurs in our system, we believe that the proper way how to react is to submit another complaint before the constitutional court. But let me remind one legal ground, in my understanding, when Parliament has a legal ground to repeat the same legislation. For instance, if Constitutional Court declares some piece of legislation null and void on procedural grounds, then it is possible that legislator will pass the same legislation, because at the first ruling we have not expressed our thoughts concerning merits. So it could be possible it could be possible to such extent. Thank you.
Thank you very much, President Lavinch. President, the floor is yours.
Thank you. A brief contribution to the discussion concerning the delicate balance between being positive legislator and negative legislator. I think Turkish Constitutional Court provides a very good example of this tension. It comes to ground, especially when you decide on the partially annulment of any legislation. When you decide that one part of the legislation, whether it is law or presidential decree, you inevitably say that there will be another, a new law or presidential decree. So it changes the anatomy of the law in concern. Therefore, the Constitutional Court of Turkey in such cases provides certain time limit, for instance, for 6 or 9 months for the entry of the annulment decision. So the Parliament will be able to think about the new legislation, or the President will have the opportunity to think about any presidential decree that will not be unconstitutional. Just to give you a short, a brief example of being a positive legislator. I mean, my court in 2010 reviewed the constitutionality of constitutional amendments, not constitutionality of laws, but constitutionality of constitutions themselves. And it annulled partially one part of a provision, constitutional amendment provision, which was about the structure and function of the Supreme Council for judges and prosecutors. And the new constitution was also product of the Constitutional Court as well. But the Constitutional Court is not given the power to make constitution itself. But I think we should be very careful in especially declaring unconstitutional the part of certain legislation. We shouldn't go as far as to create a new law or a constitution that will bring about the question of legitimacy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, President Arslan. We started the discussion in this panel with President Arslan, and we will conclude with his concluding remarks, and very interesting because actually reviewing the request for constitutional amendments is different dimensions than the and we are facing some of the constitutional courts and this question. Thank you very much, and we will continue with the program. Lyra will tell us now what to do, or break coffee.
Faleminderit gjyqtare Selvete, faleminderit gjithë.
Thank you, Judge Selvete. Thank you all. I thank all panelists. Since we are late with the agenda, I would like to end the coffee break within 15 minutes exactly, to come back with a second session at 11:45. Please resume 11.
Vice President of the Constitutional Court of Bosnia and Herzegovina, Mr. Atanas Semov, Judge of the Constitutional Court of Bulgaria, and Mr. Louis Aqua, who is here in the capacity of former expert from US, in a group of experts supporting the Commission for drafting the Constitution of the Republic of Kosovo. I would kindly ask to remain to the time limits so that the rest of the agenda is not left out. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Lyra.
Dear Presidents, of the constitutional courts, dear judges of the constitutional courts, Supreme Courts, and other regular courts, dear participants, colleagues, dear colleagues from academia, I really want to use this opportunity and thank each and every one of you for honoring us with your presence in this very special moment of the Constitutional Court of Kosovo. It is my distinct honor to moderate this respected panel on the theme, the role of supranational courts in the decision-making of constitutional courts, the interaction with the European Court for Human Rights, Court of Justice of the European Union, the African Court on Human Rights and People's Rights, and the Venice Commission. Indeed, this thematic panel is very complex and in itself it is intriguing, the relationship between the constitutional courts and supranational courts. However, as a part of our discussion, I would say that while the Kosovo Constitution it has established this relationship through different articles, let alone Article 19, applicability of international law, Article 22, direct applicability of international agreements and instruments, and in particular the Article 53 that discusses the interpretation of human rights provisions, it has managed to establish this particular relationship. So for us, it is very relevant to hear your interventions in order to learn more and to expand the debate about this very intriguing topic. So without any further delay, I would like to pass the floor to Mr. Pierre Newell, the President of the Constitutional Court of Belgium, who will present its intervention titled The Relationship Between the Belgian Constitution and International European Law.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Je voudrais tout d'abord...
Thank you. I would like to thank the Constitutional Court for the invitation and for the hospitality. Starting from yesterday, I would like to ensure you our host on behalf of the Constitutional Court of Belgium for the support that our court can give you at the international instances. Dear colleagues, friends, the Constitutional Court of Belgium does not have any general provision on the relationship between the Constitution and the international and European law. Article 34 of our Constitution, I quote, "The exercise of specific competences may be assigned to institutions of international law through a treaty or a law." This provision has been introduced in the Constitution of Belgium in 1970 to justify the participation of Belgium and transfer of jurisdiction to European communities at that time and to the European Convention on Human Rights. It is the Cassation Court which has filled this gap with respect to the relationship of international law and the law. In a decision dated 27 May 1971, the Cassation Court recognized the precedence of an international law in relation to a law with a direct effect in the internal legal system. The consequence of this is the control of the law. Every regular judge or administrative court has the right to remove or set aside the application of legislative provisions contrary to an instrument of international law which has direct effects within the domestic legal system. With respect to the control of constitutionality of legislative instruments, in 1980, authors of the Constitution opted for a centralized control by the Constitutional Court. This court decides either to annul lawsuit submitted by the government or the parliament or a federated entity justifying an interest, or the other way is referring for a preliminary ruling which may be submitted by any ordinary court or administrative court. So the Constitutional Court has exclusive power of control of constitutionality. It is not authorized to exercise direct control of legislation with respect to European and international law. However, as the colleague Baker, the court was active in developing two techniques to control legislation with respect to European and international instruments. This control is referred to as indirect control. The first technique is based on Articles 10 and 11 of the Constitution, which prohibits any discrimination regardless of its origin. Since 1989, the court has assessed that the constitutional principle of equality and non-discrimination is applied in respecting all rights and freedoms, not only those that are in the Constitution, but also rights that are derived from international conventions. If there is a violation of this principle when a right or a freedom is taken for a certain category of individuals, the result of this jurisprudence is that the court reads the constitutional principle of non-discrimination in combination with the rights and freedoms guaranteed by treaties, in particular by the European Convention on Human Rights and the Charter of Fundamental Rights of EU. The second technique was developed by the court after its competences were broadened with respect to human rights and freedoms. In a decision of 2004, the court found that many rights guaranteed by Chapter 2 of the Constitution have an equivalent in a binding treaty for Belgium. In this case, constitutional guarantees and guarantees of a treaty are an indivisible entirety. When we speak about a violation of Chapter 2, the court takes into consideration the provisions of the European law and international law guaranteeing similar rights and freedoms. These two techniques have some advantages. One is that the court may respect the jurisprudence of the European Court of Human Rights and the European Court of Justice, whose decisions are referred to and quoted extensively. The Constitutional Court of Belgium has interpreted constitutional guarantees and in an evaluative and modern way. The advantages of broader protection to be respected regardless whether this protection appears in the Constitution or in the instruments of international law. The prevention of conflicts through case law, constitutional case law and transnational case law. There is a risk that we have a centralized control of constitutionality of instruments. administrative court or ordinary court, can such court control compatibility of a law with a constitutional provision? The legislator has resolved this in 2009 by giving priority or precedence to control by the Constitutional Court, with some exception where the court must refer the matter to the Constitutional Court for a preliminary ruling with respect to the constitutionality of a norm, and after an answer on this matter, the competent court can verify the compatibility of the legislative instrument with the treaty's provision. The court has mentioned this principle in a well-known judgment, Melki and Abdeli. The Constitutional Court very often submits questions to the European Court of Justice. So far, we have submitted 38 questions, most of them in the last 15 years. The reason for this big number of questions referred for preliminary ruling is based on the fact that the Constitutional Court uses the European standard when it is asked to refer questions of compatibility. To respect the agenda, I will draw the conclusions. I will say that the jurisprudence of the Constitutional Court is involved in the dialogue of courts. The reading of human rights guaranteed by the Constitution and the European and international norms, in analogy with Court of Justice, it is proof thereof, and thereby reconciling national and international law. The Constitutional Court avoids the conflicts between higher courts and promotes legal certainty. I thank you for your attention.
Very much, President Newell. Thank you for sharing this very interesting techniques that your court is using in order to integrate international, concretely the European system and jurisprudence based, as you state, on the principles, but above all, on the concept of hierarchy of your constitution. I consider that this modality of how your constitutional court is integrating international practice and this relationship is quite relevant for Kosovo. As I mentioned, while the Constitutional Court of Kosovo is using regularly, based on its provisions, mainly Article 53, usage of the European Court for Human Rights jurisprudence, slowly the Constitutional Court has started to dwell also in the European Union jurisprudence with a high and due care. So learning from your experience is of great value, so thank you for sharing your experiences. I'm happy and honored to invite now Ms. Anna Austin, the jurisconsult of the European Court of Human Rights, to present her intervention on the role of supranational courts in the decision-making of constitutional courts' interaction with the European Convention and the subsidiarity principle. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Madam President, judges of the Constitutional Court, honourable judges, colleagues, and may I say, dare say, friends. Thank you for this invitation, to which it has been both a privilege and pleasure to respond. Congratulations on this anniversary, on this event. It's been substantively fascinating, wonderfully organised, and may I also say, it certainly has been a bit of fun as well, which seems to summarise and in some way reflect the members of the Constitutional Court whom I've gotten to know. So in the short time available this morning, I will focus on what is the most important element in defining the roles and responsibilities, the respective ones, of the constitutional courts, the national superior courts, and the Strasbourg Court in implementing the convention rights, and that is the principle of subsidiarity. To understand this principle is to understand the relationship between the supranational court and the national courts. Now, if optimizing subsidiarity was the overarching theme of a decade-long of convention reform, which has essentially finished relatively recently, one of the priorities of the Strasbourg Court for the future is reinforcing these elements of the subsidiary system. It is considered that the future effectiveness and even sustainability of the convention system depends on its relationship, on the relationship between the Strasbourg Court and the national superior and notably constitutional courts. So, this convention subsidiarity comprises two mirroring obligations. On the one hand, an obligation on states to embed the equivalent of the convention guarantees in their domestic legal systems and to create remedies by which those guarantees can be tested nationally. And on the other hand, a corresponding obligation on the Strasbourg courts to allow the domestic courts to firstly examine the convention issue and thereafter to take account of that domestic examination in its own deliberations. It is this interaction between diligence at a national level and the corresponding acknowledgement of that domestic assessment which is at the heart of the subsidiarity principle and the relationship between these courts. So what are the principal manifestations of this subsidiary mechanism by which the relationship between the Strasbourg and domestic courts is constructed? And indeed, they're both procedural and substantive. The first expression of procedural subsidiarity is to be found in the well-known convention requirement that all applicants are required to exhaust all effective domestic remedies before coming to the court in Strasbourg, and in the corresponding obligation on states to provide access to such remedies domestically. National courts therefore have the first opportunity to determine convention compatibility, and thereafter the court can have the benefit of the domestic court's assessment. This is the most indispensable part of the functioning of the subsidiary system, and this year's Grand Chamber judgments of the Strasbourg Court against the Czech Republic indicate the importance the court continues to attach to this obligation on each individual applicant to exhaust effective domestic remedies. And of course, the constitutional remedy is the key to all of this. As a general rule, in a legal system providing constitutional protection, the court in Strasbourg will require the individual to litigate to the fullest extent of that domestic protection and allow the constitutional court to develop those rights by way of interpretation. However, the effectiveness of the constitutional remedy will depend on the legal system, on the precise complaint made. It will also depend on whether it is becoming ineffective. And in this regard, I refer to the cases against Poland this year, where the Strasbourg Court found that the Constitutional Court could not be considered independent or rule of law compliant, where the primary responsibility for protecting rights lies with the national courts. If that court is found not rule of law compliant, the court will not recognize its effectiveness. That would have been an exceptional context, but it shows that the extent to which the Strasbourg Court relies on the constitutional remedy. Subsidiarity has found other procedural expression in recent years, and the court in Strasbourg places emphasis on certain national processes. So where the Constitutional Court has analysed in a convincing manner the contested legal provision on the basis of fundamental rights, providing sufficient and relevant reasons, the Strasbourg Court says that it must have strong reasons before it will substitute its view for the domestic view. And this judicial restraint extends beyond the national courts and to the adoption of legislation. Significant weight and thus margin is given to the state's view as to the necessity of a particular legislative provision if that provision has been adopted after an exacting human rights review. Moreover, the Strasbourg case law also reflects attempts, where possible and useful, to provide national courts with what could be considered an analytical framework to facilitate the application of the Convention. Concretely, this translates into the articulation in its judgments of tests with the relevant criteria and presumptions being outlined, which can be applied by the national courts to ensure a useful Convention review. So much for process. The substantive manifestations of subsidiarity are equally critical. And the most crucial is, of course, the acknowledgement that the national authorities, and thus the courts in their assessment, enjoy a margin of appreciation in how they implement the Convention. And that is a margin which depends on and is tailored to the circumstances of the particular case and the right and freedom at issue. In this sense, the margin of appreciation has a normative function which allows the court to manage the delicate task of accommodating diversity, of accommodating pluralism and flexibility within the Convention framework. The idea is not to impose a uniform European-wide interpretation, but rather to take into account, insofar as possible, local contexts, history, values and needs. Indeed, as President Lavins underlined, recognizing the national identity, and to measure that national identity against notably and perhaps often a countervailing European consensus. A useful example of this is the case of ABC versus Ireland, and it is the only case this morning on which I will spend a moment. The relevant constitutional provision at issue acknowledged the equal right to life of the unborn and of the mother. The first two applicants complained to the Strasbourg court under Article 8 that they had no right to choose an abortion for their well-being. While a broad margin of appreciation would normally be accorded to the Irish state in balancing such important and delicate competing rights, that margin would also normally be significantly narrowed by what was at the time an overwhelming European consensus towards broader access to abortion, which was then available in Ireland. However, in the end, the Strasbourg court found that the clear European consensus did not decisively narrow the broad margin of appreciation on the state, since the question at the very heart of the issue of abortion, when life begins, is indeed an undecided one, whether you look at it from a legal, religious, scientific, philosophical point of view. The margin of appreciation given to the Irish state remained therefore broad. The absence of the possibility of abortion on well-being grounds fell therefore within that margin of appreciation, and the court went on to find no violation as regards those two women. But there was a third applicant who argued that her pregnancy constituted a risk to her life. So she had a theoretical right to seek an abortion. However, there was no legislative framework in place by which that theoretical constitutional right could be determined in her case. But importantly, from the point of view of the Strasbourg court, the Irish Supreme Court, in its constitutional capacity, had previously acknowledged that it was inappropriate to require women to repeatedly take on complex constitutional litigation when their underlying constitutional right was not disputed. And moreover, the Supreme Court had already called on the Irish government to legislate, to adopt a framework to implement this broad constitutional provision. It was this expressed position of the Supreme Court, similar to the case mentioned by Judge Baker this morning. It was this express provision of the Supreme Court, together with the lack of explanation from the government for not implementing this constitutional provision, which allowed the Strasbourg court to find that there had been a failure to secure effective respect for that particular applicant's right to private life. So I thought this case was worth the time this morning because it demonstrates how the Strasbourg court can use its subsidiarity toolbox, whether it's margin of appreciation, consensus building, dialoguing with constitutional courts, to carefully engage with the Constitutional Court in a sensitive context. Finding a violation in relation to the one applicant, essentially because of the existing demands to the government by the domestic Supreme Court, and on the more sensitive question of whether to extend abortion based on the Convention beyond the domestic constitutional provision, the Strasbourg Court gave the respondent state space to seek to resolve domestically a matter which had been highly divisive for that state. Indeed, 8 years later, in a constitutional referendum, that issue was addressed by the people of the Irish state. I'm not suggesting that there is a causal link, but at the very least, the Strasbourg Court had allowed this development to happen organically within the constitutional system of Ireland. I would mention in passing, but out of respect for the time, I won't spend much time on it. There is a priority which has been clearly established by successive presidents of the Strasbourg Court and by indeed many of the judges of the Strasbourg Court to engage in a very real way and communicate in support of domestic superior courts. It does this through numerous visits, both to and from Strasbourg, I would note that we have been delighted to welcome over the last 12 months the President of the Constitutional Court of Kosovo, as well as some of your judges and staff, and we look forward to doing so in the future. The Strasbourg Court has invested in its superior courts network to provide concrete support to superior courts in a practical manner. And finally, it has invested hugely in the creation of its knowledge sharing platform. If we're suggesting that the superior courts are the primary convention actor, we should jolly well provide the superior courts with the toolbox in terms of case law knowledge to allow the superior courts to do that. So, Madam Chair, I will conclude with the following remarks. If historically the relationship with national superior courts may have been perceived as a hierarchical one, with standards flowing and impacting in a top-down direction, I hope my brief presentation this morning has indicated that is simply not accurate. The Strasbourg Court does not, and indeed cannot, rely on principles of supremacy or direct effect, and does not reason in terms of the primacy, utility and effectiveness of the Convention, to borrow the language of the Court of Justice of the European Union. So to return, therefore, to the mirrored roles and responsibilities I referred to earlier, the subsidiary Strasbourg system means that for the Strasbourg Court to take a step back in any concrete case, the national courts have to step in with their own human rights scrutiny. The subsidiary principle, therefore, does not lower the human rights scrutiny or protection, and it is not a question of deference to the supranational court. Rather, a thorough quality control of convention compatibility has to take place, and the question is whether it will take place at the national or the international forum. It is the principle of subsidiarity which operates to calibrate these interrelated roles and responsibilities. And it is this principle which also explains how the normative influence is not one way, but a mutually impactful interaction, allowing the convention system to acknowledge national specificities when necessary, but also to build unity and convergence when possible. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Role of supranational courts in the decision-making, with a particular focus on interaction with European Convention for Human Rights and subsidiarity principle in both its manifestation on procedural subsidiarity for sure, but also on substantive one, with a particular focus on margin of appreciation and for sure also the fourth instance doctrine. It was highly relevant, actually, to learn about your intervention related to importance of dialogue between the supranational and national courts, which brings us to a shared responsibility, actually, for ensuring human rights and protection within the convention system, but also at the same time of the national courts. I must say as well that the Constitutional Court of Kosovo, ever since its establishment, actually has had a huge and due care of implementation of the subsidiarity principle, all the time having in mind the role, but also protecting and maintaining the jurisdiction of regular courts in protection of human rights. In this way, we consider that we have built a complementarity of purpose, actually, because through our decision-making, we are at the same time using the principle of subsidiarity, maintaining also the position of regular courts. So thank you again for your intervention. And now I would like to invite Ms. Gronia McMorrow, Venice Commission representative, to present her intervention on the role of the Venice Commission in supporting democracy and in promoting the evolution and development of constitutional courts internationally. The floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. I must say at the outset what a deep honor it is for me to be here this morning, deputizing for the President, Claire Bazin-Malary, the President of the Venice Commission, a commission for democracy through law, an organization, I hope, part of the Council of Europe, that you all have a familiarity with and perhaps a deep participation with. Can I first say, President Gresa Soka Nimani, how grateful I am for this invitation to the Venice Commission to attend the 14th anniversary of the establishment of your constitutional courts, an exemplary court, a beacon of aspiration for many other countries in how you function and operate. And I say that without any reservation, and acknowledge the recognition that the Venice Commission has for the efforts you have put into the entire process. It is very important that a constitutional court attracts the first and most significant commitment for any country, emerging or not, because we rely on an effective functioning constitutional court to trickle down best practice to the lower courts beneath it. I'd like to just take a minute of my time, albeit I have no idea how I'll cover the ground adequately regarding the Venice Commission in the 10 minutes allocated. But can I please acknowledge the really important contribution that the Kosovan members of the Venice Commission, Professor Shirim Shirimi and Professor Istrefi, and all their predecessors, including former President Arta Rama of the Constitutional Court, because their contribution to the working of the Venice Commission has been extremely significant. The Venice Commission, of course, is an advisory body of the Council of Europe on constitutional matters, and its primary role is to provide legal advice to its member states, and in particular to help states wishing to bring their legal and institutional structures in line with European standards and international experience in the fields of democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. It also contributes to the dissemination and consolidation of common constitutional heritage and provides emergency constitutional aid to states in transition. Now, a few brief summary, really, of facts that regarding the Venice Commission. We were founded after a proposal by an Italian professor, Professor Pergola, who was then Minister for Community Policy in Italy, back in 1990. And Professor Pergola very strongly emphasized that sustainable democracies could only be built on a constitutional framework based on the rule of law. And so his proposal gathered momentum and support, which resulted in the setting up of the Venice Commission. And in fact, he took office as the first president of the Venice Commission. So we are 33 years now operating. And if I just give you a little summary of our facts, we have issued to date, I think, 13 opinions that concern Kosovo on a wide range of issues. But we have issued, I should tell you, we're 61 members now, of which 15 are non-Council of Europe members, and we also have 4 observer countries. We have adopted 1,110 country-specific opinions and general reports, and we have organized 100 international conferences. We work very closely with the EU, with the OSCE, ODIHR, and OAS, and other organizations working in this arena. We also provide training in human rights, rule of law, good governance, and electoral administration and justice. We are a resource for countries, and we are a resource that is available to all of you. And we hope also that your participation will enhance how good a resource that can be. And in that regard, I'd like to just take a moment to pay tribute, because everyone in this room is making a contribution to the betterment of society, to the enhancement and protection of human rights internationally. And you deserve great credit for that. You are here to participate in this event primarily for that purpose, and the Venice Commission acknowledges that. It is enormously humbling to be entrusted with the ability to advise a country on a dilemma it faces regarding its legislation or its constitution. And in this, we feel humbled, and we respect the traditions and heritage of the respective country. We do not go blindly there and simply, project a rigid opinion. We explore the history of that country, its pressures, its political arena, and then we go on mission, where we meet everyone, perhaps from the president down, those in charge of the courts, civil society. We listen, and our opinions are based on that process. Who are you? Who are we? Well, we are a group of lawyers predominantly, but some of our members have been prime ministers of their countries. They are the most eminent international law professors. There's an odd one that escapes in there, like myself, who has been a practicing lawyer before the courts. But we are surrounded by great brilliance, but more importantly, we are surrounded amongst our members by people who are determined to make a contribution to the betterment of all of societies. And something in this reminds me of if you'll forgive me for quoting a very ancient economist and philosopher, Edmund Burke, but when he said that in order for evil to thrive, it is only necessary that good people do nothing. Well, we are not content with doing nothing. And collectively, we have something to offer each other. But you never stop learning. So again, it's very important that one respects both the traditions and history of the countries that we visit and are asked to determine how best to approach our opinions with regard to their legislation and their constitutions. So I hope the Venice Commission has acquired a good deal of respect because of that, because it comes with openness and empathy. It listens. It will create avenues for dialogue. Now, it is problematic. Many of our eminent speakers today have already spoken about the pressures, about the necessity to protect the independence of the judiciary, to protect separation of powers. Politicians live and work they are the legislators primarily, but their pressures are very different. And the vagaries of political life, the need to be re-elected, can potentially, and the rise of populism, can potentially add pressures to their work. We must stand in constitutional courts and at the Venice Commission above and beyond that in order to protect the integrity of a constitution that serves all of the people. I was very touched by the remark of Professor Ginsburg about how we are the least offensive in a way of all such entities because we neither have the purse nor the sword, and that certainly spoke to me. But we have issued to date, I think, 1,110 opinions, country-specific. We have no mandate to enforce implementation, but pretty much always our opinions are implemented. We function below the radar. We're not a hugely public organization. We tend not to make pronouncements. Ours is a more personal engagement with the individual countries who seek our assistance. Now, I will seek guidance from a learned moderator because I could go on forever. Personally, I am passionate about the value of the Venice Commission. I am passionate about the fact that 61 countries nominate 2 members who attend the Commission and offer their services free of charge. This is an unpaid role where we will agree to become rapporteurs on opinions for specific countries on specific areas of law, largely constitutional law, but also any issues concerning the structure of the courts, elections, human rights, separation of powers, impartiality, the values that we all need to share if we are going to live in better societies. So there you have a speedy outline of our work, and I hope we can inspire some confidence in you. Countries that have not yet sought our assistance, I can please ask you to consider doing so, because we are really there to help, without agendas, without any risk to you whatsoever, because we do listen and we'd like to assist where possible. Perhaps I'll leave it there, but please do not hesitate to approach me with any questions you have regarding the Venice Commission, and we are happy to assist in any respect regarding your concerns around legislation or constitutions. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Ms. Gronia. I mean, there is no better place than this forum, international conference, where you can express your passion about the work that you are doing with the Venice Commission, considering the fact that Venice Commission now for 33 years is serving as a resource and cooperation for the member states, but also further. So in this respect, thank you so much for sharing your thoughts on the methodology of work of the Venice Commission, which is based on openness and empathy, which is considering the country's perspective, the history, the culture, the political landscape, and based on all these aspects, you come to a recommendation. So this is really incredible relevance of this institution, let alone the fact that, as you mentioned already, we have 13 opinions on Kosovo, and the great contribution that our experts are giving to the Venice Commission. So thank you very much for bringing all these aspects in your presentation. I am now going to pass the floor to Mr. Mirsad Ceman, Vice President of the Constitutional Court of Bosnia and Herzegovina, to present his intervention related to the influence of the case law of European Court of Human Rights on the case law of domestic courts, the case of Bosnia and Herzegovina. Mr. Ceman, the floor is yours.
Hvala lijepa. Dozvolite prvo da primijetim da od jutros prilično...
Hvala puno. Thank you very much. I can see that you deserved to greet you with a good afternoon because you have been working far hard. So we're in the program and allow me before all to greet the President of the Constitutional Court of Kosovo, all the judges and all the attendees, and to express my gratitude and the need of the Constitutional Court of Bosnia and Herzegovina to be present in the manifestation as such.
In this 14th year, it will be long term, and allow me that with this 10 minutes. Okay. Allow me to share the practice of our constitutional core, and also to be based on one of the aspects that will be mostly interesting and more that are in the segment of those who deal with constitutional right, academic right, and the impact of other circumstances in creation of solutions, constitutional solutions in general, but also cases from Bosnia and Herzegovina. For majority of you, I'm sure that you know that Bosnia and Herzegovina went through 20 or a few years ago through a turbulent time, and also that the war and the cataclysm through which we went through unfortunately resulted in international, it was wrapped up with Dayton Agreement as a peace agreement, and what is more specific, rarity, better say, the constitution of the Bosnia is applicable, and it's part of that peace agreement as Annex 4, including that agreement. I would like to say, I would illustrate some examples, but also refer to this aspect, specificity of our constitution is, among others, that even though we're talking about textual short constitution, it is very widely expressed, because in very directive in the Constitution it is provided that EU Convention on Human Rights and Freedoms directly is implemented and has supremacy over other laws. Not only, but also in specific annex of the Constitution, annex on annex, there are listed 15 documents from a field of human rights that in Bosnia and Herzegovina are applied directly. That's why I suggest those that deal with academic questions and cases of constitution in Bosnia and Herzegovina, they should never refer to a small constitution, but we're talking about a big volume that textually is composed of few hundred pages. The fact that EU Convention on Human Rights and Freedoms is part of our constitution and has supremacy over the laws. Our constitutional court, a bit digression, it deals whether it has supremacy over its own constitution, and decision not over the constitution but over other laws. But since it's a part of constitution, integral part of constitution, the conventional right, we implement it as our internal constitutional right. Based on this logics, the case law of the Human Rights and Freedoms Court is fundament of our case law. Of course, it's our case law, but taking into consideration that convention and the EU built his role by interpreting the way that how EU interprets their laws. We interpret the laws in the same way, and also the current composition of the Constitutional Court has been inaugurated as of 1977. What's important here to point out, among others, if it happens that European Court changes its case law and subsequently, we, in that sense, we orientate ourselves. Another thing, when Bosnia and Herzegovina is in question, at stake, taking into consideration that we are obliged to implement standards under the EU Convention, and we are also a member of the Council of 2002, but customer law, it's from 14th century, when in Paris was the agreement, peace agreement was actually signed. On the other hand, also it's very important to point out that even though Bosnia Herzegovina is not member of EU bloc, we are aspiring though, and as the House does, and some other countries who are here who aspire to, in our decisions we sometimes refer to right on settlements. We had some few cases, among others. We talked about some standards, criteria, where we have actually used, in fact, the decisions of the EU case law. I was happy to hear also the colleague from Venice Commission, to hear her remarks and human rights and freedoms before all. Our Constitutional Court in many cases asked from Venice Commission for their opinions and recommendations, and we served these opinions in some decisions we brought. When I would underline examples, I would extend myself, but I will try to respect the 10-minute. Allow me at least to remind you, for example, our court, when we are talking about the right on fair judgment, Article 6 of the Convention, in some circumstances it has expanded and founded its case law, where sometimes we had a little bit avoidance. A specific case I would illustrate, which is not the most important, but it's from the point of view of protection of citizens through appealing and other objections. When we were in the situation that we did not have a sufficient number of judges and unable to issue decisions with majority, out of 9, 5 should be 4 for a valid decision. We were 8. In these cases, in a concrete case I'm illustrating, we conclude that appellant, he did not convince convince majority of the composition on the basis of his appeal, on his few rights. We claimed it as we didn't grant it. The appeal ended up in Strasbourg, and in that case, the European Court on Human Rights actually objected our decision, and we aggrieved, and we violated the rights of this appellant with the reasoning that we couldn't enable him access to court. So court has to bring a decision eitherwise, but not to give some judicial construction whether it has been granted or not. It was an example, just to illustrate, and then we came up with changing amendments and supplement. We had another case that a regular court decided otherwise, and in relevant cases of that ended up in Strasbourg, our decisions and EU decisions are identical in fact, but the problem continued in implementation of those decisions, and then state of Bosnia and Herzegovina was sanctioned in order to compensate this material damage and etc. etc. And another 2-3 examples, and I will be done. Without wanting to extend myself, it's very important question in which Constitutional Court in competence of appellant and foundations of EU Commission made a step forward to rights of the appellant in the cases in the field of asylum rights, immigration rights. I don't want to go deeper in details. With regard to settlement, criminal offenders who committed a criminal offense, and then it was in stake the criminal responsibility and settlement in correctional institution until the case finally is solved. Our court brought decision that in these cases, like a general measure remedy, we have to ensure sheltering of such a criminal offense committer until case is final. Similarly, it's important also to share another case that in some situations it was emotional, empathic, when the person that should be sheltered, let's say in centers for protection of persons with mental disorders, sheltering, insane asylums, it was done based on some administrative organs. Constitutional judges, Constitutional Court issued decision that we are dealing with violation of rights, and then issued a decision that such persons in those circumstances can be sheltered only with the court decision. So it is actually the constitutional and court right rather than administrative right that rules. I will finish myself. I would just like to say that it's our specificity, and also it will serve as information that EU Convention and also 15 documents from the field of human rights textually are part of text of Constitution of Bosnia and Herzegovina. That's why it's very specific, and we do not have one problem like Belgium colleague president when he says in what way to incorporate like judgments or the case law, monistic theory. They can be based on some other instruments, but when we talk about instruments of protection of human rights, the case law and the convention, we directly implement it. I apologize for extending maybe the time limit.
Hvala vama, zamjeniče. In fact, you were very well with the timing, and I thank you for that, but I think that you have made several very relevant points, and I want to point them out again. You mentioned the difficult and painful past of Bosnia and Herzegovina, the peace agreement, compromises that have resulted with the content of the Constitution of Bosnia and Herzegovina that currently is operational and being implemented in your country. You mentioned also the specificities of integration of international standards into your constitution, including European Convention for Human Rights, but also 15 other international instruments, which together comprise a constitution of a huge magnitude, as you have stated, hundreds of pages, which are not being seen. However, they are there, and now it's up to the Constitutional Court of Bosnia and Herzegovina to implement all those standards in practice. So thank you so much for sharing some of the experiences of your court in implementation of the case law of the European Court for Human Rights. You mentioned application in some cases on Article 6 and how you have extended your practice actually using the interpretation of the court's jurisprudence, but also you mentioned some asylum cases, criminal responsibility, but above all, you put an emphasis related to the very vulnerable category of people in your country, persons with disability, where based on the jurisprudence of the European Court for Human Rights, you have extended your interpretation stating that their rights can be actually curtailed only through a court decision after a certain procedure have taken place in order to secure the rights of this group of society. So again, thank you very much for all your intervention. And now I would like to invite Mr. Atanas Semov, Judge of the Constitutional Court of Bulgaria, to present its intervention on dialogue between domestic constitutional courts and the Court of Justice of the European Union as the Constitutional Court of the European Union. Sir, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable President and members of the Constitutional Court of Kosovo, I'd like first of all congratulate you for the organization of such a good international conference for celebrating the 14th anniversary of your court. I'll be happy to meet a lot of the colleagues present here in 3 days in Sofia for the first forum of Balkan constitutional courts, because we are all convinced that the dialogue between constitutional courts is an issue of great importance. And with your permission, I'll continue now in French, because the French is the language of the Court of Justice in Luxembourg, the working language. Je continue vraiment en français, pas seulement pour prouver que sur les Balkans, il y a pas mal de francophones.
In Balkans, there are many French-speaking people, even though I would like to speak about a complicated issue, which is the topic of dialogue, or I can say a lack of dialogue between European constitutional jurisdiction and the national jurisdictions of member countries. Bulgaria became a member of EU about 17 years ago. Bulgarian constitutional courts exist for more than 30 years, but I would like to say that the Constitutional Court has never submitted a question to European Court of Justice. Maybe we did not have a good case to do that. The Constitutional Court of Bulgaria has done another action to feed the dialogue between the jurisdictions. Our jurisdiction is the only one in Europe which provides in its internal rules in Article 18, Paragraph 3, an obligation for supreme jurisdictions that can submit questions to the Constitutional Court to verify whether the procedure is in the domain of application of EU and to clarify the applicable law, taking into consideration the European law, all the consequences of the fact that the issue is a question of application of EU law. So the Constitutional Court of Bulgaria has clearly stipulated, posing the question that it is a prerogative of ordinary jurisdictions that implement law and EU law. If we are dealing with EU law and interpretation is requested from Luxembourg court, then the jurisdiction should do that without having to go through Constitutional Court. Of course, we don't have enough time to discuss about the topic. I have published a book about protection of constitutional identity. I see here a broad terrain of cooperation, of broadening dialogue between constitutional courts. Also, a dialogue with the Luxembourg court. The Constitutional Court of Bulgaria did something else in one of its decisions of 2021, so that is recently. It said that any jurisdiction, national jurisdiction, is obliged to verify ex officio whether a case falls within the application of EU law and should verify all consequences, whether there are norms, self-executing norms of EU should be applied to the matter. If not, what are the referring norms where we should have an interpretation of compliance of national law, whether there is conflict between the national law and EU, but also to play the role of a barrier to implement internal norms which are not compliant. But what is important, after several years, the Supreme Court of Bulgaria has confirmed two positions of the Constitutional Court, answering yes in relation to one of the decisions. The national jurisdiction are obliged to verify ex officio without waiting or without depending from the initiative to confirm whether a matter in the application of EU law, and we should bear in mind the consequences. And one thing we often forget, the interpretation of all internal norms are included in the scope of EU law. The Constitutional Court has never asked a question to the Luxembourg Court, but it requested interpretation of compatibility with the European norm of a respective Bulgarian norm. To be competitive with lunch break is a difficult task. In some occasions, we are uploaded when we finish the presentation. So I want to finish my presentation stressing two important points: strengthening the dialogue between constitutional jurisdictions and, on the other hand, between the constitutional jurisdiction and the jurisdiction of EU. Then I am convinced that EU is a very important organization for all of us, and we should defend it so that it is not transformed into a federation. We don't need United States of Europe. We need states, United States within Europe. Thank you for your attention.
Judge Semov, as you see, the people are here. They are hungry for food for thought, actually. So in that sense, having them all, it means that your presentation was really very interesting. And it's interesting to hear about lack of, and I cite you, lack of dialogue between the constitutional courts and the European Court of Justice. It's interesting to learn that the regulation in your home country in Article 18, paragraph 3, provides for the possibility of the interaction of your courts with the Court of Justice. However, you kept saying that Constitutional Court did not present questions in front of the European Court of Justice, and this is interesting for all of us to hear. So the other thing that you point out was the 2021 decree, which actually confirmed the jurisdiction of the Supreme Court and, to check for the compatibility of the European Union legislation with the Bulgarian legislation. So I think this is already a step, a very relevant step for your system. So thank you again for pointing out on the enhancement of relevance of the dialogue between the courts, and especially the fact that we do not need a European United States, but we need a comprehensive cooperation between the European Union as an organization and its member states. So thank you so much. And without further delay, I would like to pass the floor now to Mr. Luis Aucoin, Foreign Advisor on Rule of Law, Constitutional Development and Transitional Justice, to present on comparative perspectives on constitution making, Kosovo and beyond. Thank you so much. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I have to begin by offering a really special note of thanks to my friend and colleague, Madam President Greza Saka Nimani, who we worked together in 2007 and 2008 on the Constitution, and it was one of the most memorable experiences of my life that I will never forget. And I also want to thank the members of the Constitutional Court for inviting me here today. It's such a great pleasure to find myself here in Kosovo again, and really a great honor. So thank you very much. My topic is quite a bit different from all of the rest of the topics this morning, because I'm going to be talking on something that has been a passion of my life, and that is the process of constitution making, because there has been a sense over time that the process of putting together the Constitution is in many senses as important as the text itself. First of all, I just want to give you a very brief historical context. I was the co-editor of a volume published by the United States Institute of Peace entitled Framing the State in Times of Transition, that included the study of 19 constitutional processes of the 20th century. The volume placed a great deal of emphasis on public participation in the constitution-making process. In addition to acting as a foreign advisor in Kosovo, I also served in that capacity in Rwanda, Cambodia, Iraq, and East Timor. And that, of course, has given me the opportunity to think a lot about the historical evolution of this topic. There was first a post-colonial period of constitution making. During the post-colonial phase of constitution making, the activity was perceived principally as an elite undertaking that took place behind closed doors, with local and international elites dominating the process. Constitution making in this period focused exclusively on the task of drafting the document. In former colonies, foreign advisors often wrote the text. As the former director of the Constitutional Commission in Eritrea put it, these texts were shoved down the throats of local actors who were considered by foreign actors as incapable of creating such an important charter on their own. The experience engendered enormous mistrust of foreign actors participating in such an exercise. I witnessed this myself in 1993 in Cambodia, where I worked as a foreign advisor invited by the United States Agency for International Development. I tried to work with the drafting committee that the Cambodians had recently created. I worked hard to overcome their mistrust of me as a foreign expert, and managed to ensure them that I intended to act exclusively as a resource in order to assist them in their central role as drafters. However, although the drafting committee came to work very collaboratively with me and other foreign advisors, almost all of our collaborative effort was almost totally ignored because unbeknownst to us, King Sihanouk had hired a French law professor to draft a text for him. When the Constituent Assembly became involved, the King's draft became almost the exclusive focus of debate, ignoring all of the attempts by local NGOs, human rights groups, and women and others to have their say in the process. As a perhaps a counterexample, interestingly, in the same year, in 1993, as South Africa emerged from apartheid, it chose to develop a new constitution in an innovative, unprecedented way, involving three critical elements. First, in the beginning of the process, it totally rejected all foreign participation and drew heavily off the contributions and suggestions of its own citizens. Second, it established an interim constitution that provided guidance on how the process of developing the final constitution would occur. Third, the interim constitution established guiding principles to not only be included in the final text, but also to guide the process of making it. This approach to constitution making inspired the world and ushered in a new era, which the literature on the subject has referred to as new constitutionalism. This new version of constitution making not only places a great deal of emphasis on the process of constitution making, but also considers the process to be even more important than the substance itself. The theory behind new constitutionalism is that by involving all sectors of the society, including women and minorities, the resulting text and its prospects for endurance will be enhanced by the buy-in of the local population. The goal, of course, is to establish a charter that will enjoy legitimacy and stability in the long run. I submit that anyone who analyzes the literature on this topic will see that experts' reflection on the subject suggests an ideal model of constitution. What I would like to do now is to provide a thumbnail sketch of this model of constitution making and assess Kosovo's process in 2007 and 2008 in light of this model. First of all, the best practice of constitution making that has emerged over the last several decades is that of providing for a constitution making process in phases. This, of course, is a far cry from the older and more stereotypical notion of constitution making as a relatively discrete event where elites sit around a table, typically behind closed doors, where they focus primarily on drafting. The essential elements of this model are a phased process, including interim arrangements and phased public involvement. As was the case in South Africa, it is important to start with an interim arrangement that provides some guidance on the process and sets forth the principles that should guide it and be included in the final text. This is certainly a far cry from the post-colonial method. Instead, there is much or even more emphasis on the process than on the substance of constitution making. This design ensures transparency and inclusion so that the end result will be the culmination of an organic process involving the society at large and not just the elites. In addition, it should ideally be designed and implemented by local actors. In the case of Kosovo, there were a few elements that provided for interim arrangements. First, there was the constitutional framework that was developed when Kosovo was under international administration. While this was developed primarily by international actors, there was local involvement. Second, and perhaps most importantly, there was the settlement agreement spearheaded by President Martti Ahtisaari of Finland that was the result of protracted negotiations with local actors, whose consent and approval was consistently required. In the case of Kosovo, the guiding principles that formed the foundation of the settlement and guided the process were binding norms of international law that focused on human rights and the protection of local minorities. Article 10 of the settlement agreement required transparency by stipulating that the public be kept informed throughout the process of the development of the Constitution. While this provision could have provided for more detail on the role of the general public, it was interpreted as requiring the direct involvement of the public, and that is actually what happened during the process. Justice Grace Asaka, in her recent book on Kosovo's independence constitution, referred to this phenomenon as internationalized pouvoir constituant, indicating that while international actors and international law guided the process, it was nevertheless a process based upon the consent of the population that the final text would govern. As she said, a constitution that was compatible with the will of the people. Of course, the involvement of the public is at the heart of new constitutionalism. In addition, experience has shown that public participation itself should ideally be conducted in phases. The first phase should ideally be devoted to educating the population on constitutional questions that will be submitted to them for their input at a later phase. This effort will improve the quality of the responses in the consultations that will occur in the second phase. In Kosovo, in 2008, the Constitutional Commission lacked sufficient time to separate education and consultation in two discrete phases. However, the Commission responded to the resulting challenge by doubling down on the intensity of their efforts to engage the public throughout February and March of 2008. The draft of the Constitution was made widely available on their website, and citizens participated in TV and radio discussions and roundtables throughout the country. The Commission set up a mechanism for receipt of public comments and letters through their website. Thousands of comments were received and considered. In the case of Kosovo, this exercise was highly successful in that 35% of the public comments were incorporated in the final text, some even totally. And I have to pause here for a second to congratulate Madam Grace Asaka, because her role was essential in that process. I remember she was barely without sleep during those days trying to incorporate the public comments, and I think that Kosovo will have to be eternally grateful to her effort. I know I was at the time. Since 2008, in addition to the publication of Framing the State in Times of Transition, much has been written on the effect of public participation in constitution making and on the constitution making process generally. While there doesn't seem to be a consensus on the benefits of public participation, I would argue that when citizens experience significant inclusion of their intent and wishes in the final result, there is immeasurable benefit from the resulting buy-in by the local population. In Kosovo, that popular buy-in was inexorably linked to Kosovo's long struggle for independence. Moreover, given the fact that the people of Kosovo will always see their constitution as the final result of their decades-long struggle for independence, taken together, I believe these factors will contribute to the long-term legitimacy of the Constitution and the stability of the country overall. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Lewis. I mean, there are so many books, articles, academic conferences, an entire doctrine on the process of constitution making, that the glory and the marvelous of the constitution making as a process can be told only by those people who have actually participated in the process, one of those being you. So thank you so much for telling us about the process, about the challenges, but above all, thank you for reiterating that the process of constitution making in Kosovo serves and can serve as a case study for other processes. And in this regard, thank you so much for pointing out the huge work that the Commission for drafting the Constitution has done all the work, and you have been beside them in this very relevant process. And some of the members of the drafting commission are here, including Professor Arsim, a colleague of mine at the law school, and all other members. So join me in thanking and applauding this respected panel on all their presentations and interventions. And I'm going to misuse the position and ask you to provide only one up to two questions and leave all other interesting questions of yourself during the lunch break for my respected panelists. So thank you again. As I said, we can take one up to two burning questions, but only burning ones.
Come on.
Okay, so I think Professor Arsim, my respected colleague, wants to take the floor.
Thank you very much, Professor. I am Arsim Bayrami, Professor of Constitutional Law in the University of Pristina, a member of the group drafting the Constitution, and presided the group that established the Constitutional Court. I would kindly ask the moderator to make it possible. Not only I didn't see any member from Kosovo in the panel, I would like to congratulate on the 14th anniversary of the establishment of the Constitutional Court. We are proud with the work of this institution. It has protected and interpreted the Constitution, but also, in fact, it was the most successful story. After the Constitution drafting process, the Constitutional Court was the most successful story because it has increased the standards of constitutional democracy. It has raised awareness among political parties. It has educated our leadership. It made decisions which are revolutionary, and it is very good that those decisions were rendered in the first decade of the state of Kosovo, showing that this is a democratic country and all are subject to the Constitution. I would like to express gratitude on behalf of the colleagues. We have here some of the members of the Commission, Constitutional Commission, for the great experience. We would like to thank Judge Thunheim, Professor Lewis. It is an excellent process of constitution making. This was my fourth experience in constitution making. In year 1990, I was involved in amendments. In 2001, I was part of the constitutional framework, and in 2011, I was involved in the preparation of amendments ending the supervised independence. I will compare 2001 and 2007, 2008. In 2001, we had a stronger assistance in drafting the constitutional framework. We had EU, ANMEC, and then we had local members. I am Professor Seydiu. And we had problems in coordination because the international representatives had different concepts, interpretation of 1244 resolution. So it was a process with many problems. The process of 2007, 2008 was excellent because we had a strong support so that the constitution be a national product. Unlike the Bosnian case, our constitution is not an imposed constitution. It is a constitution written by the representatives of people assisted by American jurists. It has respected the sui generis birth of a Kosovo state based on an excellent proposal of President Ahtisaari, which is fully integrated in the constitution of Kosovo. And Kosovo was dignified and consistent in respecting the international obligations which we assumed with our declaration of independence. I would like to express highest consideration and also to inform the participants that the process of writing of the Constitution was maybe perhaps one of the best processes of Constitution writing. I will pose a question now to Professor Lewis. It is the question of updating, dynamics, making it dynamic, because Constitution is not a static act. It should be updated and never should be an obstacle to developments, especially in countries in transition, because developments are more dynamic than in stable countries. Kosovo is a country in transition, starting from declaration of independence, end of supervised independence, and consolidation of the state. So we had a proactive approach of the Constitutional Court in updating the Constitutional Court. The Constitutional Court has issued courageous decisions. I recall 2 presidents of the Republic were removed from office because of the judgments of the Constitutional Court. 2 governments ended mandate and 2 assemblies were dissolved. So these decisions were revolutionary for a short period. But on the other hand, there is a polemic between our parliament and the Constitutional Court. And there is a dilemma which was posed also by the President of Constitutional Court of Albania, whether the Constitutional Court, with such activism, is taking the role of the constitution maker, lawmaker, because it is the same experience also with the Supreme Court in the U.S. The American Constitution has a over 200 years tradition, and it has been supplemented as a result of decisions of the Supreme Court. So is there a dilemma about the Constitution? Is the Constitutional Court, without any influence, making dynamic the Constitution of Kosovo? We thank Professor Bayrami for his rightful intervention. We pass the floor to Professor Lewis, and I kindly ask that you keep your questions, and during the lunch break you discuss with the panelists. So I pass the floor to Professor Lewis.
Thank you for your question. I think that this is an ongoing tension in many systems, and maybe particularly in systems of the Romano-Germanic tradition, which rely so much on texts and codes. And so the idea of introducing a court like the Constitutional Court is going to create a little bit of cognitive dissonance within the society. But in terms of updating the Constitution, I think that the Constitution of Kosovo was very well drafted in that, unlike some other constitutions, which might be terribly specific, the Kosovo Constitution has many generic provisions that allow for the continued interpretation and application of the Constitution. Although I agree, I wanted to mention there was a colleague of mine who really was a wonderful expert on constitution making, and she said that she thought that Constitution should be regarded as a continuing conversation between the public who is subjected to it and the government that governs. And I think that's a wonderful analogy that we could keep in mind. But I think the Kosovo Constitution offers enough mechanisms within it to allow that conversation to continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge Remzie. Thank you, honorable panelists. We continue with lunch in duration of 1 hour. And
welcome to the last part of today's international conference. The topics will be treated during the third session are quite special. Such are also Judge Necmi Recepi will be elaborating the topic, the role of constitutional courts in the protection of fundamental human rights and freedom through individual control of the constitutionality of acts of public authorities. Their experiences will be shared by the well-known panel members, Mrs. Dineke de Rood, President of the Supreme Court of the Netherlands, Mr. Wilu Kove, President of the Supreme Court of Estonia, Mr. Tomas Davulis, Judge of the Constitutional Court of Lithuania, Mr. Claudio Monteiro, Judge of the Supreme Court Administrative Court of Portugal, Mr. Mato Arlovic, Judge of the Constitutional Court of Croatia, Mr. Osman Kadir, Judge of the Constitutional Court of the Republic of North Macedonia, Mrs. Christy Worm, Professor of the Practice of International and Comparative Law, at the same time advisor to the government of the United States during the drafting of the Constitution of the Republic of Kosovo, and Mr. Diego Solana, International Advisor of the World Law Foundation and Coordinator of the World Law Congress Program. I also invite the judge and all panel members to come to the podium. In the meantime, I kindly ask the staff of the hotel to bring an extra chair for the panel members, an extra armchair.
Great. It's technical, so I'm happy to be your chair, and we have had the opportunity to listen to remarkable comments and contributions made by the two earlier panels, and it's my great pleasure now to chair the third panel, where our distinguished speakers will bring to us multiple and different perspectives on the role the courts have through mechanisms of individual control of the constitutionality of acts of public authorities. As was confirmed this morning, and as we all know, the main aims of the constitutional courts are and remain the protection of constitutional order and the protection of individual rights. As it has been established in the course of the last 70 years plus, the respect for human rights is an essential part of any democratic society. The mechanisms that allow individuals to have effective protection of their constitutionally guaranteed rights are a necessity, but different legal systems employ different mechanisms. In most of the European countries, as we know, constitutional courts act as the final national authorities to safeguard fundamental human rights and freedoms. While Netherlands is one of the exceptions in the sense of the model they follow, and it's interesting, I would just want to make a brief note that the Dutch Constitution explicitly prohibits judges to review the constitutionality of the statutes, but Dutch monism with respect to human rights, with respect to treaties, indeed allows individuals to rely on human rights in another way. The self-executing treaty provisions override the conflicting national legislation, so that what a Dutch judge lacks in terms of constitutional review, at least as far as human rights concerns, she largely makes up by treaty review. On this matter and beyond, it's my pleasure to invite the President of the Dutch Hogerad, the Supreme Court of the Netherlands, Madame Dineke de Groot, to offer her observations. Madame President, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Mrs. President of the Constitutional Court, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for organizing this interesting international conference and for the warm welcome. I would like to congratulate you and the members of the Constitutional Court and the people of the Republic of Kosovo on the opening of the 14th judicial year of the Constitutional Court of the Republic of Kosovo. In the invitation, this was called a moment to reflect on 14 years of history and to welcome representatives of fellow courts to your beloved country. And the title of my contribution to Session 3 today on the role of constitutional courts in protecting fundamental rights and freedoms through individual control of constitutionality of acts of public authorities is a perspective from below sea level to the accursed mountains. Why this title? That requires some explanation. The Constitutional Court of Kosovo, as we already heard, is an active court in applying and disseminating European human rights standards. The preparation of the national implementation of the European Convention on Human Rights in Kosovo is, in my idea, well underway. When Kosovo will be a member of the Council of Europe, Kosovo is expected to ratify the European Convention on Human Rights, the ECHR, at the earliest opportunity. And the effects of the entry into force of the Convention for Kosovo can be viewed with confidence, as it is already common for parties to invoke provisions of the Convention and for the Constitutional Court to consider those provisions when interpreting and applying national constitutional law. And I know that because I looked into the judgments of the Constitutional Court on your website, which are available in so many languages, that the whole international community can take part of what you are doing here, which I think is admirable. And what I saw after 14 years after this court was founded, I was really very impressed. The Netherlands entered into the convention at the very beginning. The ratification took place in 1954, and there was quite another situation in the Netherlands compared with Kosovo at that time, because the impression prevailed that the convention would not have much impact on national law, since infringements of fundamental rights and freedoms were deemed in 1954 to be almost absent in the Netherlands. However, parties and lawyers started early on to invoke provisions of the convention before Dutch courts, and afterwards filing complaints in Strasbourg against the Netherlands, and we can already find decisions and judgments in Strasbourg from the early 60s on. In the following decades, the convention and its dynamic interpretation by the Court of Strasbourg had more influence on national law than initially was expected in the Netherlands. And nowadays, it is obvious in the Netherlands that courts, when interpreting and applying national law, also consider the convention, the protocols thereto, and the case law of the Strasbourg Court. It is indeed stated in the convention, as you already mentioned, in the Constitution of the Netherlands, that national law has to be interpreted and applied in accordance with the hermeneutical canon of the Strasbourg case law. And when this is not possible, infringements of the convention must be avoided, which is also stated in the Constitution, for instance, by disapplying a provision of national legislation. As it is, both our courts, the Constitutional Court of Kosovo and the Supreme Court of the Netherlands, are committed to interpret and apply national constitutional law in accordance with the Convention, as well as other national law. It is no longer a moot point that courts, all our courts, have an important role to play in protecting fundamental rights and freedoms of citizens and organizations through individual control mechanisms. So one explanation for the title of my contribution is that as a birthday present, I would like to provide some insight into the impact of the Convention in the Netherlands. Considering that the Netherlands lie for more than a quarter of the country below sea level, it would be no surprise if today's main concerns on the protection of human rights and freedoms would relate to the impact of climate change or technology on human rights and freedoms. And this is indeed how it could be more and more in the future. But since the ratification of the Convention by the Netherlands, the case law of the Strasbourg Court in cases against the Netherlands concern a lot of provisions of the conventions and the protocols, and a lot of topics. For instance, inclusiveness, vulnerability of people belonging to minorities, equality before the law, fair trial, respect for private and family life, freedom of expression, property. They were and still are actual topics in case law in the Netherlands. And I expect the Constitutional Court of Kosovo will be dealing also with such topics. There is far more comparative material below sea level than I can give you in a birthday present. But as the crow flies, there is a straight line between our courts in their role to protect fundamental rights and freedoms on the level of the individual in society. And another explanation for my title is that I fully agree that you live in the beloved country. I had the opportunity last year of do some snow walking in Prokletja National Park, and it was so beautiful. I can recommend all of you to go there in a couple of months when the snow is there. As inhabitant of Flatland, I was really impressed by the beauty of Kosovo's mountains. And in contrast to the name of these mountains, accursed mountains, Kosovo shares them peacefully with Montenegro and Albania. I wish you will soon share the borders, all borders of Kosovo, with all your neighbor countries peacefully. The presence today of so many representatives of fellow courts expresses, in my view, that the international community of constitutional courts and supreme national courts recognizes, appreciates, and supports the challenges of the Constitutional Court of the Republic of Kosovo in promoting peaceful coexistence based on rights and freedoms of all people in the Balkans. Now I will make some more remarks, as promised, on the role of the Supreme Court of the Netherlands in protecting fundamental human rights and freedoms through individual control of constitutionality of acts of public authorities. And I will mainly address the Convention and leave EU law aside. In the Netherlands, the Convention is part of constitutional law, and therefore this Article 120 of the Constitution, which prohibits to review the constitutionality of acts of Parliament, is only one part of the story. A ratified treaty like the Convention directly affects the national legal order in the Netherlands. And since 1919, because of a judgment of the Supreme Court in the Netherlands, it is also clear that international law has direct effect, that an individual may invoke a provision of international law directly before a court if it gives rights or freedoms to the individual. And since 1953, the government and parliament wrote that down in the Constitution. So with some other European countries, the Netherlands is among those whose state structure does not include a standalone constitutional court. Questions arising under constitutional law may be decided by the ordinary courts and in last instance by the Supreme Court. This implies also that every judge in the Netherlands functions both as an ordinary and a constitutional judge. For instance, in applying the Convention in a case, every citizen and organization may request a court for individual control of constitutionality of acts of public authorities by applying, for instance, to the Convention. The Constitution then obliges the court, every court, and also the Supreme Court, to examine whether acts of Parliament are in conformity with other constitutional international law, like the provisions of the Convention, when this is at stake in a case before the court. And in doing so, the Supreme Court may review the constitutionality of acts of public authorities through individual control and must provide effective protection of fundamental rights and freedoms. Over the course of time, the Convention's underlying principles of effectiveness and subsidiarity have increasingly come to the fore in the Netherlands. In other words, in the Netherlands, it is considered a primary duty of national courts to ensure access to justice on issues of fundamental rights and freedoms, as well as to guarantee their effective protection to individuals, which is provided by the Convention. The primary role of the national courts in the maintenance and realization of fundamental rights and freedoms is being considered important in the Netherlands. Every now and then, cases are submitted to the Supreme Court, which includes both questions of law and questions that are in full or in part outside the scope of interpreting and applying the law. The Supreme Court has a comprehensive case law concerning its legal possibilities for answering such questions. And these possibilities include, first, that the court will examine whether a national rule can be interpreted and applied in conformity with a rule of higher order, like a provision of the Convention. As far this is not possible, a rule that violates a binding rule of higher order may be disapplied or declared ineffective. A duty to provide effective legal protection may give rise to examine whether a justice deficit exists. If this exists, the court examines legal possibilities to provide recovery in a case. But the Supreme Court will always leave the choice of options to the legislator when several solutions are conceivable, and the choice for a solution partly depends on general considerations of public policy or important choices of a legal political nature. So the influence of the Convention on the national legal order, in a way, may also support the development of national law by other public authorities in such a case. Several judgments of the Supreme Court of the Netherlands on the protection of fundamental rights and freedoms have been challenged before the court in Strasbourg. For example, in the case of the Foundation Clara Wichmann against the Netherlands and the Staatkundig Gereformeerde Partij, which is a confessional political party rooted in Dutch Reformed Protestantism, the Supreme Court ruled, amongst others, that this political party's rejection of the right of women to stand for election was a violation of the fundamental right to be allowed to stand for election, guaranteed by the Constitution and several treaties. This political party filed a complaint against this Supreme Court judgment with the court in Strasbourg, and this court took, and I quote, the view that in terms of the Convention, the same conclusion flows naturally from Article 3 of Protocol number 1, taken together with Article 14, unquote. It rejected the application of the political party as manifestly ill-founded. In the 20th century, several cases in which the Strasbourg court upheld a complaint against the Netherlands, as well as against other states, gave rise to changes in Dutch national law. For instance, a judgment of the Strasbourg court in which it ruled that the Netherlands offered individuals too little access to court in administrative cases was followed by an act of Parliament to reorganize the review system for access to justice in administrative cases. The direct effect of the Convention in the national legal order, as well as the practice to examine whether a national rule can be interpreted and applied in conformity with Convention provisions, has proven to be an effective way to anticipate possible conflicts between a national legal provision and constitutional law-like provisions of the Convention. Thus, the role of the Supreme Court of the Netherlands in protecting fundamental rights and freedoms through individual control might be called a proactive role, to the extent that both the effective protection of human rights and freedoms must be safeguarded, and well-founded complaints should be avoided when predictable. As an example of this anticipating approach, I mentioned that several limitations of access to justice in tax cases were removed by the Supreme Court of the Netherlands based on judgments of the Court of Strasbourg against other member states. Afterwards, these judgments of the Supreme Court were codified by national legislations. Many other examples could be provided, of which I mention a judgment of the Supreme Court about lifelong prison sentences. The policy of the Dutch government in granting pardons was very restrictive, before the Supreme Court decided that this practice was contrary to Article 3 of the Convention, as interpreted by the Court of Strasbourg. And this judgment had stimulated the Dutch government to change its policy, to create a review possibility after 25 years in prison, which new policy respected Article 3 of the Convention according to the following judgment of the Supreme Court, and was therefore held acceptable. Another example is about the right to challenge a judge and the possibilities of a court to encounter the abuse of the right to challenge a judge. Here the Supreme Court applied the Strasbourg Court judgment in the case of Mikalev versus Malta to give guidance to first instance and appeal courts, also a vertical dialogue. I come to an end. I've tried to provide some insight in the way the Supreme Court of the Netherlands deals with its role in protecting fundamental rights and freedoms through individual control. I wish the Constitutional Court of Kosovo all the best for the years ahead, and especially a both prudent and courageous constitutional role in the maintenance and realization of fundamental rights and freedoms of the people of Kosovo. Thank you for your attention.
Dank u wel, mevrouw president. Now, from the northwest, we move further north, and it is my pleasure now to invite our distinguished colleague, Vilu Kõve, the President of the Supreme Court of Estonia, who will offer his perspective on the scope and limits of the constitutional review of individual acts as well as individual access in the context of Estonian legal system. Dear Vilu, the attention is on you now, please.
Dear colleagues, dear guests, I can only join to good words of Tineke, to organizers this event, and to Kosovo's Constitutional Court. But now some words about the Estonian approach, how to protect the individual rights in constitutional review. And our system, as we have in Estonia, it seems to be quite unique. Unique, it means not always good, but it has to be, not necessarily means it's bad. We at least living with it already 30 years, and no one complains, let's say, not much about it. What is our uniqueness? That we have somehow like a constitutional court within a Supreme Court. That's, we have tried to put them both together, and it's different to the other previous Soviet countries where maybe we are only exception. We don't have constitutional court separate. All others have. And we are different to the Nordic countries. They do not have constitutional courts too, but they do not have constitutional review as such at all, let's say. Therefore, we have somehow tried to merge it. And it was decision of our fathers and mothers of our constitution since 1992. It was not amended, it was not discussed about, it was discussed, but mainly in academic field only, do we need to change the system. And how it looks like now, we have different ways how to protect the individual constitutional rights. And the first way, it's similar, like as Tineke said, that basically every Estonian court, every Estonian judge is the constitutional judge. And every court is constitutional court in their own way. It means that when the court decides a case, and it will be that the court thinks that the law or article, what is relevant for solving the case, is unconstitutional, then they have to make decision, final decision, declare the law or article unconstitutional, and make the final decision. It's no way can ask Supreme Court for preliminary ruling or ask for something that how it should look like. The final decision should be made, and then the law instance court can send this question of constitutionality to Supreme Court. And Supreme Court, basically for review, may have a right or not. And Supreme Court has special chamber, constitutional review chamber in Estonia. And this constitutional review chamber is not permanent chamber, but the members of the constitutional chambers are the members of other chambers. We have civil, criminal, and administrative law chambers, and we are changing the members in every 5 years there in constitutional review chamber. And when the decision of the law instance courts comes to us, then constitutional chamber decides only constitutional case, only question of constitutionality of article or law. And it can be 3 different solutions in Supreme Court. First of all, we can agree with the reasoning of the law instance court and declare the disputed law finally unconstitutional and void. Then we say that we agree with you. The second possibility, we don't agree with you. We think this is not unconstitutional, and let the law as it was in force. And the third one, unfortunately there are quite many decisions when the Supreme Court says that article was not really relevant for solving the case, and therefore we do not say anything about the constitutionality of the article, and let the application not resolved. Supreme Court's decision, whatever it is, don't influence the decision of the law instance courts as itself. It's the matter of the parties. Do they make appeal on it or not? The appeal time is suspended until the Supreme Court has decided the case. They have to decide it. It's possible that theoretically that law instance court says that law is unconstitutional. Supreme Court says it's not unconstitutional, but it stays the same in the law instance court's decision. This is the first and most important way for the controlling the constitutionality of the laws protecting the individual rights. Second way is that the question of constitutionality starts in Supreme Court itself, and then it's a case when in chamber of civil chamber or criminal chamber, or at most administrative law chamber has some doubt about the constitutionality of some article, then they have only one possibility: give the whole case with all together over the all judges of Supreme Court, 19 judges in bank. They will decide all the case, not only the constitutionality question, but whole the case as it is. This is the second way. Third way is basically not written in the law. This is the individual constitutional complaint. This is one of the most controversial questions that we have in Estonia. Supreme Court did not recognize it for a long time as such. But in 2003, 20 years ago, it was one decision when the first time it was recognized, when the individual has no effective possibility of effective remedy, no other effective remedy, then he or she can come to Supreme Court and ask for the protection of constitutionality, for the constitutionality of the rights. But since then, there was no other case in 20 years when someone has got the right. Every year, 3 to 5 people try to find a way, but Supreme Court says, no, you have the other way, no other effective way how to complain it. Now, today we have one case discussable. Maybe that will be the next one, but never know. This is the way that we don't have individual complaint against judgment. That we have this limited possibility to have individual constitutional complaint against the law. In the year 2017, it was prepared the draft, the amend the law that we could have this individual complaint written in the law, but there was so big resistance by Supreme Court members and other constitutional lawyers that it was not, that it stayed as it is, not written in the law. And there are many colleagues of mine who says that it's the decision from the year 2003, it was one of the darkest hours of Supreme Court. We should not accept this kind of remedy. Let's say, okay, this is discussable and mostly academic level. Then we have some substitute system for the logging of the individual constitutional complaint somehow, we can say. In Estonian constitution is written and it works. Reality, we have such an post like Chancellor of Justice of Estonia. It somehow merged the duties of the Ombudsman and the constitutional review too. That means this Chancellor of Justice can start proceedings against any law or any article in the law which is against the Constitution to his or her mind. And first step is to propose the Parliament or other constitutional body to amend the law, change the law, and when they are not agreed, then she or he can come to Supreme Court and asking for the clearing of unconstitutionality some law. And many people are complaining, especially to this Chancellor for Justice, and that many cases starts from the complaints of the people. That means this is somehow a substitute to some way, let's say. And yeah, when I heard the presentation of Tineke, then we have a very controversial way of the protecting of the basic rights too, that this is the possibility to control the Estonian laws accordance to the Convention of Human Rights. We had one case, very famous case in Estonia, where our Supreme Court en banc, 19 judges have said that the law that prohibited the prisoner to get the access to the internet is constitutional. But the Court of Human Rights says no, but it can be constitutional, but it violates the human rights. And then we had to decide what we will do with the case. Can we reopen it? And then, since then, we have discussion. It is possible to just not to. It's possible to set aside Estonian law and implement the convention when it's against the convention, the law, but not starting the constitutional review. And this is one of the highly discussable things today that we have. So this is Estonian way how we do it. There are several possibilities. It's difficult to say how to measure the system, it is efficient or not. Maybe in society there were no real, let's say, voices that the system is very bad, we should change it. No politicians, not the public, only few academical people say that it's not good, we should have constitutional court or change, we have the individual constitutional complaint more broader. But one measure, maybe we can, how to measure it, it's how many cases do we have in Court of Human Rights. Then we have quite many cases that comes to Strasbourg from Estonia, but every year we had only, I think, 2 or 3 cases where Strasbourg court said that Estonian law is, Estonians' judgments are against the basic rights. There are very few of them, and not more than the countries they have constitutional court. Therefore, we can say that this is one main argument of the people. They say that constitutional court makes their lives not better. This is our approach. Okay, thank you very much for listening to me, and this is Estonian way.
Thank you, President Köve. We remain for a while in the Baltics, and our next speaker, Judge Tomas Davulis of the Lithuanian Constitutional Court, will provide his insight on the impact that the case law of the Court of Justice of European Union has in the jurisprudence of his court. Judge Thomas, please.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be here, and thank you very much for invitation. Please allow me to share with you some of my observations in relation on the case law of ACJ and the impact of this case law on the jurisprudence of the Constitutional Court of Lithuania. Describing of this impact requires to pay attention first to such important elements as related constitutional principles and constitutional provisions which show the significance of EU law and the case law of ACJ in the Lithuanian legal system, their status in the Lithuanian legal system as such, and interpretation in the jurisprudence of the Constitutional Court. Conclusions on the impact of these legal sources should be made by taking into account the Constitution, Lithuanian Constitution, as integral and coherent system of constitutional values. Thus, the principle of the supremacy of the Constitution, which is enshrined in Article 7 of our Constitution, cannot be interpreted in isolation from other constitutional values, including the constitutional duty of the State of Lithuania to fulfill its international obligations in good faith. In this context, paragraph 3 of the Article 138 is also important, which states that international treaties ratified by the Parliament shall be constituent part of the legal system of Republic of Lithuania. Further, the relationship between the Constitution and EU law is determined specifically by the Constitutional Act on membership of Republic of Lithuania in the European Union. When interpreting the provisions of the Constitutional Act, Constitutional Court has held that full participation by the Republic of Lithuania as a member state in the EU is a constitutional imperative based on the expression of the sovereign will of the people. Full membership by the Republic of Lithuania in the EU is a constitutional value. Under paragraph 2 of the said Constitutional Act, the norms of EU law are constituent part of the legal system of Lithuania. In this article, the Constitution also expresses verbs the collision rule concerning EU law, consolidating priority, but not superiority of the application of EU legislative acts in cases where the provisions of EU law arising from the founding treaties compete with the legal regulation established in Lithuanian national legal acts. However, as regards membership in the EU and the obligations arising therefrom, and the relationship between EU law and the provision of national constitution, one more important constitutional principle, the principle of geopolitical orientation of the state of Lithuania, should be noted. It is developed by the Constitutional Court in its jurisprudence and implies membership of Republic of Lithuania in the European Union and NATO, and the necessity to fulfill the respective international obligations related to that membership. Such geopolitical orientation of the state of Lithuania is based upon the recognized and protected universal democratic constitutional values that are common with the values of other European and North American states. Moreover, under the Constitution, as long as constitutional grounds for the membership of the Republic of Lithuania in the European Union have not been annulled by referendum, any amendments to the Constitution that would deny
the obligations of the Republic of Lithuania arising from its membership in the EU are not permitted. It was revealed in the official doctrine of the limitations of the alteration of the Constitution first developed in 2014. The significance of the case law of ACJ to the Lithuanian legal system was defined in constitutional jurisprudence. Constitutional Court has noted that jurisprudence of ACJ as a source of interpretation of law is also important in interpretation and application of Lithuanian law. Moreover, in decision of 2017, it was also concluded by Constitutional Court that European Union law is a source of interpretation, not only ordinary laws of Republic of Lithuania, but also the Constitution in areas where Republic of Lithuania shares with or confers on the European Union the competences of its state institutions. However, the latter decision is of particular importance for grounding the constitutional obligations to take into account EU law when interpreting the Constitution and formulating constitutional doctrine. This decision comprises one of the two references to the ACJ for a preliminary ruling made by a Constitutional Court in the history of its activities. In seeking to clarify the true meaning of the provisions of EU, the Constitutional Court used these references in situations where the provisions of EU law were relevant when deciding constitutional justice cases. This power of the Court is discretional, but it is provided also in Article 28 of the Law on Constitutional Court. The first reference to ACJ was made in 2007 in constitutional justice case, in which the question concerned the connection to electricity networks. In this case, Constitutional Court was requested to assess the constitutionality of the provision of the national law implementing the directive. At that time, Constitutional Court decided that impugned provision of the law must be interpreted in the context of legal regulation of the directive. Therefore, it referred the question for ACJ to decide upon the interpretation of the directive. The second reference to ACJ was made in 2017, almost 10 years after, in the constitutional justice case on regulation governing trade in raw milk. Constitutional Court referred to ACJ requesting interpretation of regulation, which regulates the freedom of contractual relations in the milk and milk product sector. And only after receiving the decision of the ACJ, Constitutional Court was able to take decision on its own. Concerning the significance of EU law and the case law of ACJ explaining legal provisions of EU law, ruling of 2019, January 11, could be also singled out. In this case, Constitutional Court decided on issuing a temporary residence permit in Lithuania to a foreign national in event of family reunification, and the question was raised in relation to a family formed on the basis of marriage with a person of same sex in a foreign state. This was Denmark. Constitutional Court emphasized that constitutional provisions related to the free movement of EU citizens within EU should be also interpreted in the light of respective EU legal provisions. In that ruling, Constitutional Court relied on, among others, provisions of the Treaty of European Union and the Treaty on the Functioning of European Union, Charter of Fundamental Rights, as well as on provisions of the directive. The Constitutional Court also relied on the relevant jurisprudence of ACJ on interpretation of the regulation of civil status of individual, as well as interpretation of EU-related legislation. Constitutional Court of Republic of Lithuania took into account the term spouse used in the directive, which refers to a person to another person by the bonds of marriage, according to the judgment in common and others. This term within the meaning of the directive is gender neutral and may therefore cover the same-sex spouses of the EU citizen concerned. It is what, as it was stated in this ruling, that only if the legal regulation, domestic legal regulation, as interpreted in the way as indicated above, it is to be assessed as not violating the requirements of the Constitution. Article 1 of the Constitutional Act, as well as the constitutional principle of the rule of law and constitutional imperative of full participation of the Republic of Lithuania in the EU. And just few recent examples from the year 2023. In its ruling of 7 June, Constitutional Court recognized that the provisions of the law of the legal status of aliens, according to which in the event of the mass influx of aliens, we're talking about the hybrid war attack on the border of Belarus, quite sensitive question in my country. This situation, a state of emergency, as all asylum seekers were obliged to be accommodated in designated places without being granted the right to move freely. And the court interpreted these provisions in the light of the directive, but also taking into account the decision of ACJ from the year 2022 of the 30th June, in which inter alia provisions of the directive were interpreted paying attention to the legal regulation of disputed national law. Relying also on the position of ACJ, Lithuanian Constitutional Court concluded about similarity of the terms temporary accommodation in designated places and the term detention. In next ruling, the ruling of 5th July 2023, the Constitutional Court has recognized that regulation allowing writing of personal names in the personal documents using Latin-based characters not from Lithuanian language is not in the conflict with the Constitution. In this case, the position of the Constitutional Court is quite strongly determined, inter alia, by the case law of ACJ speaking in the name of fundamental freedoms in the sphere of the writings of surnames. Constitutional Court noted that the ACJ has held that objective pursued by national legislation seeking to protect national language by laying down the rules on the spelling of that language is in principle legitimate and capable of justifying restrictions of the right of freedom of movement and residence provided by the treaty. So, ladies and gentlemen, to sum up, surely it could be stated that discussed Lithuanian constitutional legal regulation and examples from the jurisprudence of Lithuanian Constitutional Court affirm the significant impact made by EU law and case law of ACJ on the constitutional jurisprudence. Lithuanian Constitution and the developed constitutional jurisprudence on case-by-case basis becomes more and more open to European Union law. EU law and ACJ practice are valuable sources while interpreting and applying not only Lithuanian ordinary law, but also the Constitution. This is the process, and whether this process could be described as a dialogue between national constitutional courts and European courts, or instructional monologue, or parenting talk, I don't know, we will see. Whether the EU is able to amend softly and de facto the competences of constitutional courts of the national member states, whether the notion of national constitutional identity, as my colleague Aldis has referred today in the morning session, will be further developed in order to protect national constitutional values and the competence of national constitutional courts. These are the questions I think we will be occupying, that will occupy us in the near future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Judge Thomas. Now we shall turn our attention towards the Southwest on the role of the Courts of Administrative Jurisdiction in Portugal in protecting human rights. Talk Judge Claudio Monteiro, Judge of the Supreme Administrative Court of Portugal and the former Justice of the Tribunal Constitucional. Thank you.
Honorable President of the Constitutional Court of Kosovo, Madam Graça Sakanimani, distinguished judges of the Constitutional Court of Kosovo, dear colleagues and friends. Let me first of all join the predecessors in congratulating the Constitutional Court of Kosovo for its 14th anniversary and wish a long life for the court and for the country as well, of course. The aim of my presentation is to remind that protection of fundamental rights is not an exclusive role of constitutional courts. Even in judicial systems that have a centralized system of constitutional control, like the Portuguese, citizens should have access to other, more agile remedies for the protection of their fundamental rights before other courts, especially against the public administration, as we know, represents one of the major threats for those rights. The Portuguese system is very much influenced by the French administrative system. Portugal has two separate constitutionally defined jurisdictions, civil and administrative. The jurisdiction, of course, also includes, in matters of juridical constitutional nature, a constitutional court, as well as a court of auditors for the verification of the legality of public expense and judging of the accounts submitted to it by law. I won't go into detail on the organization of the Portuguese court, but I would just like to let you know that in our administrative jurisdiction, we have a three-tier jurisdiction with circuit administrative courts on the first instance. We have 16 courts. We have appeal courts, two appeal courts that we call Central Administrative Court and the Supreme Administrative Court at the top of the hierarchy. All administrative court judges enjoy the same constitutional guarantees of immunity and independence as any other judges in the civil and criminal courts or in the constitutional court as well. Procedural law defines the competent court for every case falling within the scope of jurisdiction of the administrative court. We have mainly two laws, the Administrative and Tax Court Statute and the Code of Procedure in the Administrative Court that sets out the criteria of competence on the grounds of subject, matter, territory, and hierarchy. The material scope of jurisdiction on the administrative court coincides in general rule with that of administrative disputes. But the case law and the scholars as well have considered that Article 212 of the Portuguese Constitution, which reserves the judgment of actions relating to disputes deriving from legal administrative relations for the administrative court, has the nature of a general clause without thereby seeking to prohibit the exceptional adoption of other criteria for jurisdiction. And we have many cases that some civil matters are still judged by the administrative courts and some administrative matters are judged by civil courts, mainly due to the weight of tradition and history. The range of the jurisdiction of the administrative courts is not determined merely by substantive or material factors. Equally important are functional factors related to the difference between the roles of the administrative courts and that of the administrative authorities themselves. Constitutional principles such as the separation of powers and the democratic legitimacy of executive power do not allow the courts to transform review into the final exercise of administration. This constitutional guideline is applied in two specific areas: that of respect for the initial decision-making power of the administration, and that of the limits on the judicial control for administrative discretion. These questions arise from the circumstance that review covers the exercise of public powers that belong primarily to the government and not to the courts. The Court of Procedure regulates the principle of effective court protection in accordance with the relevant constitutional provisions. Article 2, paragraph 1 of the Code provides that the principle of effective court protection includes the right to obtain a final and binding court decision with regard to each claim properly made in court within a reasonable time, together with the option of enforcing the same and obtaining both mandatory and restrictive interlocutory injunctive relief in order to ensure the effectiveness of the decision. The catalogue of remedies in the judicial review of administrative acts is founded on Article 20, paragraph 5 and 268, paragraph 4 of the Constitution. According to paragraph 4 and 5 of Article 20, the law should assure citizens rapid judicial procedures, assigning priority as appropriate, so that they may obtain effective, timely protection for threat or breaches of individual, civil, and political rights guaranteed by the Constitution. But the guarantee of judicial protection by administrative courts is extended by Article 268, paragraphs 4 and 5 as well, to any other legal right and not just to fundamental right. These paragraphs lay down that judicial protection must be effective and include certiorari against illegal administrative decisions, declaration of any disputed rights or legal interests, injunctions ordering that certain administrative decisions be issued, judicial control of agency-made rules, and appropriate interim relief. In addition, paragraph 3 of Article 205 of the Constitution lays down that the law should regulate the terms of enforcement of judicial decisions against any other authorities. These constitutional guarantees means that there is a constitutional right to a judicial review. Any statutory provision establishing immunity from judicial review would be unconstitutional. But this right does not consist only of access to the administrative courts. The Constitution requires that the legislator provide a range of remedies able to restore an infringed right. The catalogue of remedies contains administrative actions or procedures, urgent actions, interim relief, and procedures for the enforcement of judges. Administrative actions, as we call them, in the administrative courts are the appropriate form of actions for any claim. It may be used not only to obtain a judicial decision quashing an unlawful administrative decision or rule, but also to settle any administrative dispute for which no specific remedy exists. It's therefore used to settle administrative disputes relating to contracts, the liability of the administrative authority, civil liability, and liability for legal administrative conduct, which may cause a specific and abnormal damage, negative or positive injunctions prohibiting certain actions or requiring others, when such action does not consist of administrative adjudication or rulemaking. In addition to administrative actions, the Code of Procedure also provides for various types of urgent actions, and that's where I want to go. We may refer to the most important of these, injunctions for the disclosure of administrative information. This is becoming a more and more complex issue in an era of excess of privacy that, in my opinion, may cause a problem to the public sphere and to the democratic control of the administration, injunction for the protection of fundamental rights, and public procurement cases according to European directives that have to be an urgent procedure as well. So we do have a specific remedy, the injunction for the protection of fundamental rights. According to Article 202, paragraph 2 of the Constitution, in administering justice, the courts are responsible for ensuring the defense of those citizens' rights and interests that are protected by law, repressing breaches of democratic legality, and deciding conflicts between interest, public and private. Furthermore, Article 204 states that in matters that are submitted for judgment, the courts may not apply norms that contravene the provisions of the Constitution or the principles enshrined therein. This means that any judge in any court, regardless of its jurisdiction, has an obligation of protecting fundamental rights of citizens when deciding a case by not applying to it unconstitutional laws. Of course, this is not as effective as having a specific remedy designed for the protection of fundamental rights, as unconstitutionality is not the only source of offense to fundamental rights. In our constitutional control system, despite its complexity, we have a mixture of an American diffuse control system with an Austrian centralized system. But the truth is that we do not have an equivalent to writ of protection found in many Latin American constitutions, recurso de amparo, or a constitutional complaint as in Austria or in Germany. We do have a concrete control, as we call it, but in fact our concrete control is an abstract normative control done incidentally through a case. But it's still a normative control and not a direct protection of rights, of fundamental rights in this case. Notwithstanding, on the administrative jurisdictions, we do have a specific remedy designed for that purpose, the injunction for the protection of fundamental rights. Article 109, paragraph 1 of the Code of Procedure states that an injunction for the protection of citizens' rights, freedoms, and guarantees may be requested when the rapid issuance of a decision that requires the administration to adopt a positive or a negative conduct proves to be indispensable to ensure the exercise in a timely manner of such rights. As we do not have enough time to analyze this article and the scope and procedure of this injunction, I will make three main remarks. This remedy only protects fundamental rights against the threat, by action or omission, of the public administration. In some circumstances, you may file the case against a private entity entrusted with public powers, like concessionaires, for instance, but you cannot use it in disputes between two private entities governed by civil law. Second, the scope of the protection does not include all fundamental or constitutional rights, as you may have noticed the difference when I read what the article states. The law refers to citizens' rights, freedoms, and guarantees, which in our system mainly means individual civil and political rights, but not social rights. We, like the German, have a general clause of fundamental rights divided between those social rights in one side and citizens' rights, freedoms, and guarantees on the other side. There is, anyway, an ongoing doctrinal and jurisprudential discussion on the possibility of extending the protection given by this remedy to any fundamental right, or at least to any fundamental right whose content may be determined directly on the Constitution. Because the problem with social rights, as you may well know, is that sometimes they are established by programmatic norms and the content must be determined by law and not by the Constitution directly themselves. Third remark, the injunction cannot be used if any of the Constitution and distinguish what should be admitted and judged and what should not is always a problem. Just to let you know, the Administrative Circuit Court of Lisbon alone receives, at least in the last 2 years, nearly 3,000 injunction cases per year, the majority of it related to asylum, immigration, and nationality, which is becoming an issue forcing not only the borders and the economy of Europe, but also the workload of the courts. And those 3,000 injunction requests have to be judged, but not much more than 10 judges district to that court. So apart from the other regular cases that they have to judge. So of course, the fact that we do not have a constitutional complaint before the Constitutional Court, but we have a similar remedy before the Administrative Court, have of course created an overload of cases in the Administrative Courts, and this limit the ability of the courts to offer effective timely justice which is in itself a right guaranteed by the Constitution. We also have to think that we also guarantee fundamental rights with our own judgments. So that's becoming a problem. But nevertheless, we always have to see issues not only by our cooperative perspective of the workload that it creates on the court. We also have to see it on the side of the citizens, and for sure this mechanism have strengthened the protection of fundamental rights in Portugal. This was the case also during the pandemics. This injunction was widely used by citizens. So I think this is the message I would like to give, is that the system as a whole would benefit if other remedies then should be in place for the citizens to either in both civil and administrative jurisdiction to protect their rights even before, because this also takes some pressure from the Constitutional Court, and I believe it's also a good thing for the Constitutional Court as well. Thank you very much.
Obrigado, Judge Monteiro. Now, Judge Mate Arlovic of the Croatian Constitutional Court will provide his perspective on the role that Constitutional Courts play as regards to protection of minority rights and freedoms. Judge Arlovic, izvoli.
Hvala lijepa gospodine moderatoru. Poštovana gospođo
Thank you, Moderator. Dear President Gresa Tsakanata, President of the Constitutional Court of Kosovo, dear colleagues and friends, allow me, before I start my speech, I convey the best regards of the President of the Constitutional Court, Mr. Miroslav Šeparac, all the judges in that court who wish you the successful 14th anniversary, and of course at the end of the year that this will be fruitful for the court, and they wish success for this conference as well. And if you allow me to give you my view at the end of this day, you can see that this conference is very rich in its dynamics. Allow me, of course, in the name of my wife, Ambassador of Croatia, Mrs. Bericic, to express our gratitude to be at this conference and to convey the best wishes at this anniversary of Constitutional Court of Kosovo. As you can see, I have picked this topic that cannot be briefly explained. Therefore, I prepared a voluminous piece of work that can be disseminated if it gets picked by the organizers. It can be read. Therefore, I will emphasize only few theses that were elaborated at this piece of work. First, what I would like to say is that in the work, I start from the premise that the rights of the national minorities and their communities, I treat them as a fundamental freedom and human rights without any, and anyone should be able to declare its belonging. And this is one of the fruits of the modern civilization, which is guided by the constitutional right as a general human value, which is important not as an indicator of the democracy within one society, but as a basis to understand the other people and to accept multi-ethnicity in every society, which can eliminate attempts to misuse those minorities for conflicts, and at the other hand, strengthens this foundation for the peace. First, judicial regulation of the national minority and their protection should be remedied by the Constitution and by the laws deriving from the Constitution, because we're talking about the fundamental freedom rights, and as such they should be treated same just as the other human rights. Fourth, rights of minorities are not special rights. They don't go beyond the scope of human rights. They are just human rights and freedoms, not more, not less. Those are those rights and freedoms of those citizens who needs to, by whom they will actually guarantee their well-being, and they're entitled to all the rights that are entitled to every citizen that live in that state, or the same rights that belong to the majority. Why I have mentioned these four remarks? Because those represented criteria, guided criteria, when they did the constitutional regulation of the rights of minorities. I know that what happens in Croatia, and by analyzing the constitution, constitutional law, and the law that pertains to to the rights and the liberties of the minorities in Kosovo, I believe that this author was also guided by the same criteria. Therefore, they are important because they determine two things. They determine the framework of the Constitution by whom we could protect their rights and the rights of minorities, and also they regulate the role of the Constitutional Court in treating those matters. For one and the second framework, its characteristics to have their direct and indirect legal acts. Legal acts are or that directly relate to the rights and freedoms of the minorities, starting from the constitution laws that pertains to the freedoms and liberties of the national minorities in Croatia and Kosovo, and indirect ones are the ones that in some provisions also regulate some issues of some questions that pertain to national minorities and their members. So therefore, by analyzing this part, the question becomes why to mention the legal framework of Kosovo and Croatian when it comes to the national minorities and their communities, because it is my impression that we are dealing with most advanced constitutional frameworks in today's modern world, and therefore, in order to fortify these claims, I have analyzed some specific issues pertaining to those, and they cannot be found in the judicial rulings in other countries. First is the judicial monies, where these two systems were said that the international act, in this case the international framework for regulating minority rights, are integrated into in the laws of that country by the constitution itself. Then the question becomes, what is their role in the constitution? Because both constitutions say that they are above the domestic laws. And from this monist attitude, we derive this, that not only these treaties are above the law, but in in their acts aimed to protect the rights of minorities, they have the position of a quasi-constitution, because that body, if they are being called on the international treaties, they need to review if these rules are in the spirit of those conventions, and as a result, these conventions cannot be above the constitutions of the state. A second question is regarded to the definition of national minorities, because, due to the specific position of these minorities, there's no definition in the world regarding national minorities, because most of the modern countries are avoiding to divide this term and to define the individual and their collective rights, and therefore, in this regard, these two systems differ, because Kosovo Constitution has put definitions, and the constitution in Croatia defines decisively what national minority means. So these two actual constitutions give the definition, what does it mean to be a national minority. Because we had complaints, and the third specific thing is there was one question: can the national minorities have the collective rights or just only individual rights to their members? Most of the European countries have just a clausula that the national minorities have the liberties and rights, but not their communities, because national minorities can have schools, can have TVs, and these two legal systems, they recognize individual and group rights. And beyond that, when we talk about the fourth element, when we talk about the positive discrimination, these systems recognize these as individual and group rights. For instance, a right to be represented at the parliament, or to be represented in the representative bodies in the questions of cultural autonomy, education, and so forth. And in this segment, it's important to make a distinction why we have this positive discrimination. This is not a discrimination that threatens the equality of others, but it's a discrimination that enables to some national minority to express their rights, for that minority to keep its originality so they don't get assimilated, and which is also beneficial for the whole country. And that's characteristics very important it's important for the role of the constitutional courts when it comes to protection of these rights and in general. Therefore, both of these constitutions design the constitutional court as a category for itself, because it doesn't fall into any other categories. It's a special state body that has its own chapter, which regulates its own actions and its own authorities when it comes to protection of the Constitution. And it's not binding to the Parliament or to the Supreme Court. But if they infringe on the law and on the Constitution, then the Constitutional Court needs to intervene to bring the decision and annul any other decision that leads towards the infringement of rights and freedoms that were declared by law. Therefore, allow me to emphasize this part because there's an important reason why is this so, because in that way it's harder to get to the revising of the laws and the position of the Constitutional Court, because the changing of the Constitution is not an easy procedure, and it's a complicated procedure from the one who initiates it, and what are the repercussions on the wider public and on the whole community. From the entire review of these problematics, the question becomes how did the Constitutional Court's acts conform protecting the rights of national minorities? I brought some examples that show how it was done in the Republic of Croatia, where the Constitutional Court accepted the existence of judicial monos, and how in the concrete cases was reviewed were those laws in contradiction with this convention. And secondly, of course, which is very important, I have put the examples that show the positive discrimination, what that is, and where the Constitutional Court took the standpoint in which they pinpoint the exact criteria based on which we can determine what is the positive discrimination. And since then, we spared the country of great wanderings. Of course, this is very important due to the simple reason because many times we have this pejorative comments, well, what is positive discrimination? That's forbidden by the Constitution, because people don't see the fact that where positive discrimination can bring positive things. And for instance, in our Constitution in Croatia, this is one of the highest achievings in our Constitution. Therefore, there are no doubts in these situations like this. This is the basis of reasoning. Then the Constitutional Court is obliged to act towards the protection of the national minorities and their rights. Are the same situation or similar is in the Constitution of Republic of Kosovo, where this question was set somewhat differently, where it said that the Constitutional Court is the supreme actual interpreter of the Constitution and the constitutional ruling. And if that is the case, how we can say that they have this authority? Because the Constitutional Court said that all these things are definite and are obligatory, and they should be fulfilled by the government, and if the Constitutional Court designed another body to fulfill it. To be frank, in the Constitutional Court of Republic of Croatia, we says that the Constitutional Court can put a way how to fulfill its decisions. We don't have that in the Constitution of Republic of Kosovo, but in their work manual, they have the possibilities to design another body which will determine how the course of actions. Of course, the Constitutional Court doesn't have the army or police, so they can inform the decisions, but they have an incredible power of arguments that stems from the Constitution and which is very important for the rule of right, because whoever does not fulfill the decisions of the Constitutional Court is obstructing democracy and will be called from the public to give its actual and will be punished. The big point of my work is the inability to get into a comparative analysis of some of the decisions of the Constitutional Court of Kosovo due to there are just only a few cases that are paid to this region. Second reason is because there is no reason for me to come to the Constitutional Court and talk about their decisions. And the third, I hope that some of our experiences and of other courts will be of use for the Constitutional Court of Kosovo, because when they are in the position to deliberate on these issues, they deliberate in that way so they save the dignity, multi-ethnicity, and equality of all the citizens, of course, in order to respect the others and differences for the benefit of all, to strengthen the peace and stability. Thank you so much.
Hvala lijepa, Sudija Arlović. Now we have the pleasure to have Judge Osman Kadriu with us. He will offer his perspective on the topic we are discussing. Gjyqësar Kadriu, fjala është për ty.
Judge Kadriu, floor is yours. Honorable President of the Constitutional Court, Ms. Gressa, Honorable respected present in this international conference. I am privileged as representative of, as a member of the Constitutional Court of the Republic of Northern Macedonia to take part in this meeting, in this international conference with a topic. And for the topic and for a problematic of vast importance related to fundamental rights and freedoms, rule of law and democracy itself in every country. Before I elaborate matter in subject, allow me to wish good work and special thanks to the President and judges of the Constitutional Court, along with professional team of the Constitutional Court for this professional and marvelous organization of this event. And I wish successful endeavors and further formation in Kosovo, in the region, and in the entire judicial world. The matter that is being elaborated is a wide matter. I have written it in written form. Considering my time is limited, allow me to focus in keywords that are related to the topic that is titled the rule of law and democracy. Rule of law is a wide option. It has been treated, studied at multiple levels: doctrinal level, positive, comparative, regulative, and constitutional in particular, and third level, third tier, from the competence or jurisdiction of constitutional justice. I will focus in third tier third tier that speaks about rule of law, democracy, and protection of democracy. Two principles I would like to highlight related to democracy and the importance of the rule of law in those countries that are pronounced or declared to be democratical. First principle: there is no democracy in a country if there is no rule of law. Second principle is very closely related to first. Countries determined for democratical governing are obliged to ensure at least respect towards rights and freedoms of human, in particular rights and freedoms which are fundamental and under Constitution. Even from these principles, it stems a great principle. If human rights are not ensured, are not guaranteed, then we speak in vain. There is a lack of democracy. The matter of protection of this very important principle, rule of law, in the aspect of the competence that constitutional courts are abided by in the world. Constitutional courts, in conformity with their own competences, they ensure in two levels the guarantee of justice, implementation of the same rule of law and the rule of justice as a very important phenomenon, in particular related to the rights and freedoms of human. First level is maybe almost joint in the competencies of other courts. Normative control of normative acts that state generates. Within the normative control, or the term normative control, is used the other judicial term, constitutionality. Through institution of constitutionality, Constitutional Court brings or renders decisions in the sense of abstract control laws and other acts that are suitable for normative control by Constitutional Court. And when we are certain, in many cases, each court ascertains that there are violations of this principle in approving concrete acts, the Constitutional Court annuls laws, annuls judicial act whereby this principle is violated. Second level is also of due importance. When rights and guarantees and freedoms of humans are violated with acts and individual acts of state authorities, of three powers: legislative, executive, and legislative. And even in these cases, a court brings decision that such act to be annulled, and if a citizen suffers a damage, the court, whereby its decision refers to the protection of the rights of being compensated by regular courts for the persons, for named persons. Some novelties with regard to Constitutional Court of Northern Macedonia. North Macedonia has a justice with tradition, considerable tradition. Constitutional Court in Macedonia has been founded in the socialist part of era, more concretely following the second approval of constitution of the one stemming from 1963. So next year our Constitutional Court will celebrate its 60th anniversary. Current constitution of North Macedonia, based on respecting guarantees on human rights, belongs to democratic world constitutions today, and it protects in two levels: the complex and catalog and drop list of rights. First level, as provided under Constitution as the highest act of the country. For your information, out of a general number of provisions, legal provisions, that our Constitution has 1/3 of provisions is dedicated to fundamental rights of humans and citizens. So it's a vast legislation, a great number. So over 50 legal provisions speak and regulate the matter of right of humans. Second level, Constitution also provides for a legal mechanism to protect rights and freedoms. This determination stems out of constitutional right, where it says in each country is not sufficient to incorporate within the Constitution beautiful words on human rights. Therefore, a state must foresee mechanisms to protect them in concrete cases when the violation takes place. If we do not secure a guarantee, the provision of human rights and freedoms remains letters in paper, unrealized in practice. Decisions issued by Constitutional Court have introduced some novelties that are similar almost to decisions issued by other constitutional courts. The first novelty: decisions of the Constitutional Court are of a final form, plenipotentiary, and executionable. From this principle, from this novelty, it is an important quality that goes for all implementation of all other constitutional courts. That novelty is that decisions of the courts, decisions of the constitutional courts are equipped with a uniform, and the uniform is equipped with judicial power. The robe is equipped with the power of justice, which means that for their implementation, state provides for bodies that will be guardians in implementation of decisions issued by the Constitutional Court. Second principle: effectiveness of Constitutional Court's decisions. This principle speaks about important trait for the decisions of the Constitutional Court, but not for the court and administrative powers. Why? Because for these decisions, they are final in nature. From the moment of their approval and publication in official gazette, they become, from that moment on, executable for the decision of the Constitutional Court, the principle is not valid that is often implemented when we talk about approval by parliaments, where assembly or in their last provisions of the law they determine or they provide, that is vocatio legis, it's called in legal terms, on decisions. There is no vocatio legis for decisions issued by Constitutional Court. From this principle, we note the importance, the weight and relevance of decisions of the Constitutional Court, because they are also equipped with judicial power. Out of law on courts, Constitutional Court of Germany, I read a legal provision which provides for as follows. The decisions of the Constitutional Court, they have force of law. You see the meaning. You see what kind of meaning Germany gives to the decision of the Constitutional Court. It equalizes with the force of law. Judge, please, we are time limited. Yes, at the end, I would like to cordially, on behalf of the Constitutional Court of North of Macedonia, Ms. Kasarska, President of the Constitutional Court, second judge, who is also President Nasser Haidari, and on my personal name, we would like to express our gratitude for the invitation in this eminent event. And I would like to also wish a pleasant stay in the good, beautiful Kosovo, democratic Kosovo. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Judge.
Professor Christy Warren has been for a long time involved in Kosovo, and she has offered her invaluable help in building up our legal system as well as our democracy. Professor Warren is a longtime friend of our court, a friendship that is rooted in the history of our court's pre-existence. We are happy to have her with us, and Professor Warren, please, the floor is yours to offer your observation.
Thank you so much. I'm well aware that I am one of the wrap-up people at the end of a very long and rich conference, so I will try and be succinct. But before I begin, I would like to join my teammates, Professor O'Quinn and Judge Thunheim. We were all here frequently over the course of 2 years, in 2007 and 2008, as we worked closely together with the Constitutional Commission on what has turned out to be an extremely successful Constitution and Constitutional Court. So in my brief 10-minute period, I want to give a very quick overview of comparative features of the Constitutional Court and parts of the Constitution. Anybody who does any kind of comparative work will, first of all, want to tell you what their comparative framework is. So I will be doing a bit of comparison with other courts in this region, but also a few other post-conflict constitutional courts, because I do view the Constitutional Court of Kosovo as a post-conflict institution with particular characteristics. So as you've heard over the last 2 days, the Constitutional Court of Kosovo was created in 2009 by Chapter 8 of the Constitution. It is the newest constitutional court in the region and one of the newest, if not the newest, post-conflict constitutional courts in the world, and it has very specific features that are attributable to that. And I want to look a bit at the work that it's done and give a snapshot report card of the Constitutional Court since its creation in 2009. First, I want to say that post-conflict constitutional courts and institutions in general bear very specific characteristics and responsibilities. They are new. They are charged with establishing their own legitimacy in a country where constitutionalism may not have been present, and in the face of what is very often unpopular, or let me say, feedback from a population who is not used to having an institution rule in the way that a constitutional does. It's charged with carving out its own jurisdiction, establishing the rule of law, especially post-conflict, when the rule of law may be a new or contested notion. It has to carve out its own space in terms of other institutions that exist in a country, most notably other apex courts, could be Supreme Courts, parliamentary branches, and the executive branch. One of its most important responsibilities coming out of conflict is to serve as a role model for the rule of law, even when its decisions, again, are unpopular and people do not like them. It's charged with taking on post-conflict issues at the risk of being labeled an activist court, which in many people's minds is a negative attribute. And its role is to serve as a guarantor and protector of basic human rights, especially in contexts where the preceding conflict was rooted in ethnic conflict, as is the case in Kosovo, and to eliminate the possibility of victor's justice and protect the rule of law and rights for all. So, how did the Constitutional Court of Kosovo fare in this context, which was difficult in the beginning? Since its founding in 2009, 2,400 cases have passed over its bench, its desk. Over 200 opinions have been filed. 151 of those opinions were filed in cases that were filed by individual parties after exhaustion of all other judicial remedies. 57 of those cases were referred by other state actors according to the attributes of the Constitution. The Constitutional Court has also exercised restraint, which is very important in a charged post-conflict atmosphere. Over 1,500 petitions were rejected as being outside of the jurisdiction of the court. So the court has stayed in its lane, which I think has been very useful in establishing and maintaining its credibility in a difficult environment. What are some of the features of the Kosovo Constitutional Court in a comparative context that have led to its power, its authority, and the public trust and confidence that the public has in it? What we referred to as constitutional rigidity, that sounds very negative, but it's actually a positive attribute here, is stronger here than in any other constitutional court in this region. What that means is that it's difficult to overturn opinions that come out of the Constitutional Court. They stand authoritatively. The rest of the country and the institutions of government follow them. Difficult to overturn their decisions or to amend the Constitution. Jurisdictional grants are broader here and more precise at the same time than in other countries in this region. There are 13 specific grants of jurisdiction that are given to this Constitutional Court in the Constitution, so they have authority to intervene in a number of cases, and they have used that authority wisely, both by being active and also exercising restraint. Compared to other constitutional courts in this region, they have been more willing to get involved in what in my country would be termed political questions. They've been able to wrestle with thorny political issues coming out of conflict, including the form of government and who is authorized to stand for government. They're very willing to use dissents and concurrent opinions. And I've heard other speakers over the course of this conference talk about how that may give an appearance of a divided judiciary. I see the opposite view. I see it as an aspect of democracy, and for any of you who have worked in more long-standing constitutional courts or other apex courts, you know that dissenting opinions are often precursors to changes in the law, that when social values change and the law changes, it is previous dissenting opinions that judges reach back and pick up the threads of and use it to change social context and the law. Guarantor of minority rights, the Kosovo Constitution and the exercise of the Constitution by this constitutional court are more comprehensive in Kosovo than in any other court in the region. So what I want to, the role of international law. We've talked a lot about that. A number of speakers have talked about that. But the role of international law in the Constitution of Kosovo is novel as compared to any other constitution that I have read in the world. According to Article 22, 8 international agreements and instruments are directly and automatically applicable, no matter whether Kosovo has signed on to those covenants or international agreements. On top of that, they have priority over all other national laws. And I'll talk a little bit about that again in a minute, but that is novel. The Venice Commission has been, as you've heard, instrumental in the development of jurisprudence in Kosovo. That is noteworthy, not only because of the generosity of the Venice Commission in contributing to the development of the law, but also the fact that Kosovo reached out and asked for that help. So this is not an introverted country that is focused only on developing its own organic law, although that is certainly the case. They take into account international law, whether or not they're a party to it, and they reach out and they request help when needed. And that can be very unusual. The model of judicial review in Kosovo is also novel. They engage in abstract review and preventative control, which again does not exist in a lot of other countries, including my own, but allows them to really weigh in on the status of law before constitutional challenges are necessary. So, how has the Kosovo Constitutional Court operated as a transformative post-conflict institution coming directly out of conflict? My opinion is that they have engaged in their task with resolve and courage. The cases that they have taken on only support that. 2 presidents have been removed from office by the Constitutional Court. 2 national assemblies have been dissolved because of rulings by the Constitutional Court. The election of the Speaker of the Assembly has been tackled directly by the Constitutional Court. I would invite you to please come to the United States right now, because we can use whatever tactics you engaged in to solve the roadblocks that we are facing. The court took on the question of amnesties, which is always a very tricky political issue coming out of conflict. They did not hesitate. They took it on. They have taken on and ruled on cooperative agreements between Serbia and Kosovo, including principles of association of municipalities, which I know is still an issue here. They're still dealing with it. And the respect for and protection of minority rights. They have stood up and in favor of all of the protection of all the minority groups, including the Serbs in Kosovo. An exemplar of that is the case that came out of Pritsarin about the symbols of the municipality when the Constitutional Court struck them down and said that they were not representative of all communities in Pritsarin, and they had to be in order to comply with the Constitution. They have dealt with the creation of specialist chambers of war crimes, no problem. And they have also engaged in several, to us Western constitutionalists, novel issues, including ruling that deliberate state failure to act could be a violation of the right to life and the right to an effective legal remedy, and they have taken on the issue of gender equality and quotas. For a young constitutional court, you can't help but acknowledge that these are challenging issues that it would have been far easier to avoid, especially when the court is establishing its legitimacy coming out of conflict, and they did not back away once. So in summary, I would like to say that the Kosovo Constitutional Court not only reflects the highest international standards, as many of our previous speakers have stated, but they are contributing to the development of the highest international standards. If you look at their website, you will see their opinions are all easily available. I read them all when I was preparing for this conference. They're in English, they're in, I think, 5 or 6 other languages. Anybody from other countries can read them, follow the jurisprudence that's developing here in Pristina, and in that way, they are contributing to the development of international law and setting a new standard, because many countries, again including my own, do not refer to or use international law in the development of their own jurisprudence. And I think the model of the Constitutional Court of Kosovo is the model of the future and the way that the law should be developed. I'm going to sit down, but before I do, I would like to pay a final tribute to a few people who were really instrumental, not only in the independence of Kosovo, the creation of the Constitution, but also in Kosovo's freedom. And the first tribute that I would like to give is to a gentleman who died last week, President Marty Ahtisaari, who wrote the Ahtisaari Plan that laid the foundation for the freedom and the Constitution of Kosovo, and won a Nobel Prize in large part because of his work here. I would like to acknowledge the hard work of the drafting committee and the commissioners that we worked with so carefully and so closely for 2 years. Lest you think that we had a heavy hand in the development of this Constitution, the commissioners broke themselves into working groups and met many nights throughout the night, hammering out their language, what they wanted to be included in the Constitution. This Constitution is theirs, it's yours, to the people of Kosovo, and it is the product of the work of your drafting commission. I celebrate all current and former justices of the Constitutional Court, especially President Gresa Sakanamani, who really was our lifeline to her people and her country during our work. She was deeply involved in her community. She believed in and dreamed of freedom and democracy for her country, and she communicated that to our team throughout our work. And lastly, I would like to pay tribute to a woman who is no longer here, who really served as the heart and soul of our process in many ways, and that is Mrs. Nekibe Kelmende, who was a member of the commission, and with her moral authority and her personal story of the most unbearable family sacrifice during the freedom of Kosovo, broke a number of deadlocks that we couldn't get past during the drafting process. And this Constitution, I think, is a Constitution of peace and hope, in large part because of her. And Gresa, I just want to say she would be so proud of you.
Thank you, Professor Warren. Our next and last speaker for today is Mr. Diego Solana, the representative of the World Foundation as well as World Law Congress, who will provide us with his insights on the role of the constitutional courts in times of pandemics. Mr. Solana, the floor is yours.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Firstly, I would like to thank you very much, the President of the Constitutional Court, all the judges, and all the team of this Constitutional Court that has made possible that we are here today. Thank you very much. I think I should start firstly by saying why am I here, no? The World Jurists Association is an NGO based in Washington. It was created by Chief Justice L. Warren and the President of the American Bar Association, Charles Ryan. Both of them, during the Cold War years, were thinking, what could the international legal community do to avoid a total annihilation? During the Cold War years, that certainly was a possibility. And they decided, jointly also with Sir Winston Churchill, to mobilize the total legal community of the world, not only the Western countries, but also the legal community in Africa, in Russia, in China, under very basic but also very powerful principles: promote peace through law and promote rule of law as the only alternative to the rule of force. And they basically were able to gather chief justices of all around the world around this idea of promoting peace through law, and they started to organize this global conversation that were later known as the World Law Congress. Some of you had been in some of the World Law Congress, and particularly on the last World Law Congress, the 28th editions, we were really honored to have some judges of this Constitutional Court, and you were really kind to return our invitation and invite us to celebrate with you your 14th anniversary of your Constitutional Court. So congratulations. When I was trying to discuss with my team at the World Jurists Association what could I share with such an extraordinary audience and wise people with an amazing experience, and after reading the title that was assigned to us about the protecting fundamental human rights and freedoms, I thought that I could share with you a recent sentence of the Spanish Constitutional Court of 2021 that assessed one of the, I think, most important and controversial decisions, at least in Spain, regarding the restriction measures adopted during the pandemic. As a matter of fact, during our conversation in the different World Law Congress, this was one of the main topics, no? From the constitutional point of view, I think it's probably, well, the most, at least for me, most interesting sentences that had been issued by the Spanish Constitutional Court. So when the pandemic took place and in Spain the state of emergency was declared, particularly the state of alarm, all judges, all legal practitioners like myself, and probably a lot of constitutional professors needed to review all their books, because the truth is that the law, the state of emergency law, was passed in 1981, but nobody really remembered this law. I was talking with a colleague earlier today about the coup d'etat that took place in Spain during the 80s. The state of emergency law was not implemented. So I'm trying to say that it was never implemented, even though there were in my country a lot of very difficult moments. So we didn't really know about the law and how to implement it. Unfortunately, I think that the Spanish Constitutional Court has provided us with very interesting and powerful guidelines that, in my view, are really focusing on protecting human dignity and protecting human freedoms. You all know that there's a global debate about whether it's more important security or whether it's more important individual freedom. So I want to share with you the ideas of the Spanish Constitutional Court and hope that they are useful in your countries and in your practice. First of all, let me summarize the three emergency states that are provided in the Spanish law. The first one is the state of alarm, that is basically implemented in case of natural catastrophes. The second one is the state of exception, and the state of exception is really thought in the event that there are very public disorders, very powerful riots that could endanger national security. And the last one is the state of siege, that basically is when a third country attacks the integrity of your country. In these three sort of a state of emergency, the measures adopted by the government are different, and also the control by the Congress is also different. So our government, during the pandemic, decided to declare the state of alarm. This is, I would say, the softer state of emergency within our constitutional legal framework. So basically, as you very well know, it imposed the lockdowns in our country, so you couldn't, it was implemented to the whole population, and you could only leave your home individually in case of you needed to go to shopping for eating, but only once a day, or if you needed to go to a hospital. No other events were you able to leave your home. And additionally, even though obviously we have the right to decide our residence, even if you had the second house, a second home, you could not go to your second home. So it was really a very significant restriction. Other restrictions like freedom of religion, right to education, business activities were also restricted. But let me just brief you a little bit about the decisions adopted by the Spanish Constitutional Court. So, 50 members of the Spanish Parliament. Well, let me say firstly that the Congress, the majority of the Congress, supported the government declaration of a state of alarm. That's very important, and I think it really expressed the important role that constitutional court have in a democracy and in a rule of law, in a state ruled by the rule of law. So even though they were a minority group, only 50 members of the Parliament challenged the declaration, the state of alarm. And it's interesting because they challenged the state of alarm not because the government was not entitled to declare the state of alarm, because as a matter of fact, the pandemic was a specific provision that allowed the government to declare the state of alarm. It was not because they declared the state of alarm, but because the measures, the restriction measures adopted by the government were very intense, and they were not within the extraordinary powers that the state of alarm grants the government. So when the Constitutional Court had to tackle this situation, basically decided that the lockdowns that I was referring before, it was a general suspension of the right to freedom of circulation. And therefore, the government could not adopt such a measure based on the state of alarm. However, it is true that the Constitutional Court considered that the measures adopted refer to business activity, refer to freedom of religion, refer to right to education, were properly implemented, because they were only limiting those freedoms and those rights. There was not a general suspension. However, they understood, the Constitutional Court understood that the lockdowns were really a general suspension, and that only if you declare the state of exception, or only if you declare the state of siege, the government is allowed to adopt such extreme restrictions. So for me, I think it's very interesting, and it's very powerful sentence, because basically it really tries to avoid the abuse of power and the temptation of all the governments to, at the end, abuse power. So that's basically why we need checks and balances, and why we need constitutional courts like this one. So the difference, this is very, I think it's very important, is that the state of alarm that was declared by the government, you only need the post-authorization of the Congress. So the government can and is allowed and is entitled by the Spanish Constitution to limit certain rights and certain freedoms under certain circumstances. However, in the state of siege, that is really what the Constitutional Court of Spain considered that the government should have adopted, it is mandatory that the Congress provides an ex-ante authorization, and that not only authorize or rejects that the state of alarm, but also is able to discuss the particularly restriction measures that are adopted by the government. So in my view, and as a jurist, I think this is a very significant sentence. It's also important for me, this sentence, because it could be considered only as an abstract decision. As a matter of fact, only when the decision was published the pandemic was already under control, and it only affected to the thousands of fines that had been imposed by the police to Spanish citizens that were somehow infringing the lockdowns. But I think it was much more important than only revoking those fines. It was really a turning point in our architecture of the rule of law in Spain, and also explaining why do we need constitutional courts. It was really, before you were talking about the decent votes, and I've been talking with some of you about the decent votes in the sentence of the Constitutional Court. It was really, really close. There were 6 judges were in favor of declaring unconstitutionally the restrictions adopted by the government, and 5 judges considered that they were positive and that they were in accordance with the Constitution. As a matter of fact, there were a lot of decent votes within that Constitution. And I had the opportunity to talk with one of the judges that really that really made possible that this sentence declare unconstitutional the lockdowns adopted by the government. And I had a discussion with her and a conversation with her, and she told me that it was really the most difficult decision on her whole career. She basically was supposed to support the government because the government had appointed her. But she was not only thinking, and that's what she told me, I am not only thinking about this particular issue with the pandemic. I'm thinking in 10, 20 years. I'm thinking that if we allow the government to abuse power, if we are not very strict with the checks and balances, at the end, in the case of a riot, in the case of a crime issue, in the case of an earthquake or whatever, some alteration of normal functioning of our society, governments have the tendency to abuse power. So she thought it was really, really important to adopt the decision, although the pandemic was already under control, and I have I remember that I thank her as a citizen and as a jurist because it proved why it's so important, at least for me, to have independent judges and constitutional courts. So that's why this is my briefly sharing with you of the experience in Spain of the pandemic crisis. I also wanted to announce and to extend you an invitation to all of you to the next World Congress that will take place on the Dominican Republic on 2025 on February. I hope that, President, you are able to attend, and also to an event around former Justice Kennedy of the United States Supreme Court in Madrid on March 2024. So thank you very much for your attention, and congratulations on your anniversary.
Even though we are a little bit behind the schedule, I would like to open the floor for any question if anyone would have anything to ask us. So please raise your hand and Judge Marcida, please.
Thank you. I'm from the Constitutional Court of Albania. One more time, congratulations to all judges of the Constitutional Court of the Republic of Kosovo, and I appreciate the contribution given by all the panel members. They were quite interesting, and I like them all. I enjoyed the activity today. I have received many opinions on different topics, but I will reflect on some of them. We heard during today for change of approach of a Constitutional Court when it comes to strengthening of the subsidiarity. Speaking the truth, this was closely related to the need for protection of constitutional identity, which is a positive development. Frankly speaking, for fragile democracies, this increases the burden of our responsibility, because we feel responsible when it comes to protection of fundamental freedoms and human rights. My question is closely related to the presentation by Mr. Solana. answers in the extraordinary situation, which is like global situation, like it was the case with the pandemic, this lockdown. Also, we have this ongoing war between Russia and Ukraine, and also some skirmishes in the Balkans, which were covered by as headlines, and affecting the fundamental rights and freedoms. We had cases of expansion of power in emergency situations, rendering urgent normative acts, and the role of the parliament as well in such situation when it is diminished. And so my question is, do you think that such approach for such a strong subsidiary role of the local courts is convenient to address such situations which come from global causes, or it would be better maybe for the international courts to play their controlling role by setting up same standards for all constitutional courts in the region? Thank you.
Yes, we'll come up here.
Well, I hope that there are people here in this room that know much more than I about these issues, and I would love to learn about their opinions. But basically, my opinion, and I think it's really related to what we do in the World Jurists Association. At the end, when we try to gather chief justices from all around the world and constitutionalists and international judges from international courts, basically what we're trying to do, and well, it's not only us, but I think a lot of states and a lot of organizations, a lot of professors and a lot of judges, probably some of them here, is to create a global constitutionalism, I think. So it started probably, a lot of years ago. Professors know much better than I, but even the idea of human dignity is really a universal principle. So probably you shouldn't need a national court to rule about human dignity, and that's something that should be addressed from a supranational point of view. And as regard the international courts, I think the states, I was talking before about Westphalia, when they really started a little bit the notion of sovereignty on the states. I think the states are doing an amazing, extraordinary effort to create these international courts, and there's a lot of things to do, and there's a lot of work and efforts to do from a wide variety of states, but I think that the correct path will be that at the end, at least some basic principles, international basic principles that could be addressed by international courts and not only by national courts. But my colleagues probably know much better than I and have more valuable opinions than myself. So thank you, that's my remarks.
If there are no more questions, or if any of the panelists would like to have a say on what Judge Mercida asked, whether the standards for the global pandemics shall be set at a more supranational level than local level or national level, is more appropriate or not? I don't know. Please.
Of course, I fully agree with what you both say, but on the other hand, as long as there is no international court competent for the solution of those issues, it is still the primary role of our national courts to further the protection of fundamental rights. And of course, it's a good idea if we can do this collectively together and grow into something else. But we shouldn't forget, while elaborating on the collectivism of the international community, to do it at home.
Anyone else would like to ask a question, or Well, I thank the panelists. It's been a pleasure to be with you for the last 2 hours, and thank you so much for being with us. Thank you.
Faleminderit gjyqtar Nejmi.
Thank you, Judge Nejmi. Thank you, panel members of the last panel. One more applause for all panel members for all these 3 sessions. And we enjoyed your contribution during your presentation. Thank you one more time. We appreciate it. Some technical issues before I pass the floor to the President of the Constitutional Court. Yeah, I remind you that tonight we will have a dinner, a solemn dinner, well deserved after such a hard work. 7:15 will be when we can all the photos taken during yesterday and today you can have by scanning your barcode of your badges, you can have full access to such photos with cameras of your smartphones, and you can find a shared drive and activities stipulated for that day. And there's no better way to conclude this conference, a joint photo which will serve as a good memory. I hereby invite you, the President of the Court, to conclude the works of today's conference. Thank you, Lyra.
But I have to go just through some thank you notes. First, I am overwhelmed with the power, knowledge, and experience in this room. I am also overwhelmed with your support, partnership, and solidarity. Thank you. The gravitas of people and speakers around this room today requires its own conference for each and every one of you. And I regret, the only thing I regret is that we didn't have more time, perhaps 2 days or 3 days, but then the people represented in this room would not have had the time to stay. So at least we got a glimpse around the wonders of your constitutional systems, and we got some food for thought, some very intellectually challenging questions, and some inspiration for all of us for the future. We are going to try to publish all of your papers, and that will serve also as a further process, and we can consolidate the wealth and significant amount of knowledge in this room, which truly honors our court and our country. I would like to make a special thank you for people who are departing tonight and will not be joining us at dinner, and the rest of us will have more time to thank each other and express the tremendous amount of appreciation for each and all of you. First, when trying to be quick, you lose your notes. Yep. Estonia, President Kove. You will not be joining us for the dinner tonight, but I tremendously thank you for accepting our invitation, joining our ceremony, for honoring us with your presence and your speech. Please, my best regards to your colleagues in Estonia, as well as the people of the Republic of Estonia. Thank you for being here. Anna is not in the room yet. I know she will be departing soon, but I still want to thank her for being here on behalf of the European Court of Human Rights, for bringing the European Court of Human Rights closer to our city, and for the tremendous amount of support and appreciation that she and her colleague give to our court by giving us space and all types of accessibility to the tools and the case law of the European Court and the way it should be correctly applied. And we appreciate this tremendously, simply also because we are not members of the Council of Europe. She has our tremendous appreciation, and I'm truly, truly honored that she joined our ceremony. President Zacaj, thank you for being here together with all of your colleagues, your home here, but I also want to thank you tremendously for representing a court that has always been by our side and has given us tremendous support since our establishment. Then, finally, President of Constitutional Court of Republic of Turkey, President Zühtü Aslan, thank you for being here, President. I truly appreciate it at a personal level. I also truly appreciate it on behalf of my colleagues, the court, and our republic. You also represent a court that has been a friend and has been by our side every time we've needed it, and I thank you for that. Çok teşekkür ederim. Now, since I have the floor and I can't resist, 2 more minutes just to go through a few more thank you notes, and then we'll do our family photo. Judge Stenheim, Christy Warren, and Louis Aquin, you represent the best of my memories. I don't think anything will ever beat that. And I am absolutely honored to have the 3 of you here after so many years together, and to not only honor our Constitutional Court, but to honor the tremendous amount of work that has gone into making this country. I thank you for the contribution to our republic. You will always be friends of this country and at home in the Republic of Kosovo. At the same time, since I have some of the members of the Constitutional Commission here, the same amount of support and the same amount of thank you and appreciation goes to them as well. Thank you, and I call a round of applause for the 3 of you. Of course, Tom Ginsburg. Hi. Tom, thank you. Tom Ginsburg is one of the leading constitutional scholars all around the world. I am absolutely honored that you've been here. I wish we had more time to listen to what you have to say, but I think it's a beginning of a long-lasting relationship, and I'm sure you're going to be here very soon talking not only to judges, prosecutors, and lawyers, but hopefully also to our students. It would be an honor for them to listen to what you have to say. Thank you, and I truly appreciate that you're here. Of course, presidents and judges who have spoken today, President Lavins, President Nihol, President De Groot, Vice President Cheman, Judges Leinbacher, Figueiredo, Baker, Judge Semov, Judge Devulis, Monteiro, Judge Arlovich, Judge Cadrillo, thank you. It was an absolute honor to listen to all of you. And thank you again for honoring us and for honoring our country as well. I want to say as well that all of the courts that are represented here speak on our behalf when we are not allowed in certain rooms. And I thank you for that. There's spaces where we're not allowed to go and we're left on the halls. And when we're left on the halls, there are friends like you inside the rooms that represents the cause of our court. Thank you. There are also few other friends of this, there are few other friends that we have not been able to hear from, and I just want to go quickly through them. I want to thank also judges from the Republic of Turkey, judges from Republic of North Macedonia, judges from Albania. We have here judges and former judges of Constitutional Court of Republic of Albania, as well as Supreme Court of Albania. President Sadushi, my greetings. Thank you all for being here. You're at home, and we're always honored to receive you. Of course, Solana, thank you. You represent not only a speaker, as I said, you represent the son of someone whom our country truly owes a lot to, Javier Solana, and please send the greeting of Kosovo from Kosovo to your father. Gronia, I don't leave you at the end for no reason. It's your birthday. Happy birthday. And it's always in Kosovo. There's something about your birthday that you celebrated in Kosovo that is a big sign. Thank you for being such a wonderful friend of this country and of this court. Thank you for the kind words that you said about this court. It truly means a lot to us, and it's very heartwarming. Thank you, and the birthday song comes later, after we have drank a couple of glasses. Finally, and hoping that I have not messed up my notes and I have not let someone outside my thank you list, and although I will have an opportunity to do it again tonight at the dinner and tomorrow during the day, I just want to thank my colleague judges from the Constitutional Court of the Republic of Kosovo. You're wonderful colleagues, and nothing would have been possible without you. Same applies to our staff, who have tirelessly worked to welcome all of you to our republic, and they deserve a round of applause. Your participation here means more than celebrating our anniversary. It means solidarity and partnership with the youngest constitutional court in Europe, and it means the world to us in trying to and making an effort every day to protect democracy values, rule of law, and protection in human rights and freedoms. Thank you for being here, and before I get too emotional, I think we have to do the family photo, then take a break, and go have the real party. Thank you again.